like a pro. Tossed in some grass clipping magic, let that compost glow. Dog poop, cat poop, nature stew. Bubble, bubble, what's that do? Smells so wrong but feels so right. Pink smoke rising in the moonlight. Neighbors yelling, what's that blast? Too late, it's cooking fast. Hailed strawberry poop gas, blasting from the grass. Bubble and sizzle, it's science class. One big burp and the backyard blue. Now we're living next to Mount Doo-Doo. Built a grill from garbage cans, hooked it up with rubber bands. Dog barked once, the cat took flight, then boom, the sky turned brown and bright. It rumbled, it tumbled, it splattered the fence. A poop volcano makes no sense. Sticky strawberries rain from the sky. Compost cooking till the day I die. Filled strawberry poop gas, wild and crass. Flaming hot signs from the neighbor's grass. When it popped, we all went ooh, but dang, it smelled like barbecue too. So if you're brave and slightly nuts, mix that poop with grass and guts. Light it up and step way back. You might just launch your own snack shack. Bill strawberry poop gas, cooking class.
Okay. I hope this is working. Do I have any sound on this thing? Let's see what's going on here. Why do I have no sound? Okay. Okay. I hope this is working. Do I have any sound
That's
on
great.
this thing?
That's great. Let me turn this down before I get distracted by myself. There we are. All right, so let me go ahead and prepare the garbage can, studio. Get rid of this ratty old towel. I use a ratty old towel so when I sit down, I'm not going to dirty up what's left of my ratty old couch. You probably notice that I'm a little bit disheveled more than usual. That's just the way I am. I had an emergency call this morning at 6:30. Guess what? One of my customers' air conditioner is not working. Well, it turned out to be an extremely simple fix. It was a thermostat battery. An easy $100 for a short amount of time. So that's good. So I've had a lot of these little emergency jobs, and it's actually made me cash positive for the week. So I got a few $100s in my pocket, which I've been spending on necessities. I do need to get new battery for my van. There's a lot of things I got to do, but at least things are moving in a better direction. So got to be happy about that. Being without work is just not fun, but being able to do these little things, it makes a difference. Now, let me go ahead and pull up the chat if it's still there. Now, where is that chat? See if I am. All right, there we go. It looks like the comments are good. Can hear you. That is awesome. We haven't had as many technical problems as we used to have, but what else is new? It's only a matter of time before something breaks down. I mean, it's like my van. You never know when it's going to start and when it's not going to start. So let me go ahead, and I bet that YouTube deleted all the comments, which they love to do. And let's see. All right, let me go to the other scene. There we go. And let's go ahead and click the comments. As you know, I'm probably the only guy that does a live without StreamYard because Rick is 100% against subscriptions. I don't like subscriptions. I will not join anything that requires subscription, although I do have to pay for utilities and internet and all that. But the whole subscription thing, it just doesn't appeal to me. So we'll do it the primitive way. And of course, as you know, the primitive way is basically to use OBS, which is a free software, use a chat overlay through the Google Chrome, otherwise known as spyware. But I don't care. You see, I don't care if Google Chrome spies on me, because what do I use Google Chrome to watch? To watch YouTube, which spies on you anyway. And besides, I want more people to watch me. That's why I'm on in the public. I'm not locked behind some subscription-only special group, special club that charges you $30 a month. No, I'm out for everybody. Everyone is equal on the Rick live stream. So I welcome you, and we have lots of things to talk about, and I'm sure you'll bring even more to talk about, which is really good. Let me adjust this camera just a tiny little bit. There we go. I know a lot of people, they get used to the very well prepared YouTubers, the ones that they've made a career out of it. And on my YouTube channel, I have not made a single penny from any YouTube videos as of yet, although that may change. When I look at some of the other channels, I look at all the AI generated content, I am beginning to think that us real YouTubers may have our day again. At one time, the real people were very popular, and I think that we're going to become more popular as time goes on. And I know in my case, as I make more and more progress, things are going to get more and more interesting. So all of you that are here, I think we're in another phase of sort of an uptick. And there's a lot going on. And the good thing about our channel, most of my viewers are older viewers. They're the over 50 crowd.
But I do have a few younger viewers, not a lot of them. Most of the younger viewers, I think, go for the younger channels. But we have a lot more in common than people think, because everyone always talks about the boomers did this and the boomers did that. And I try to tell them the boomers are not the problem. It's the central bankers and the crony capitalists, many of which happen to be boomer, but some of them are not. Some of them are Generation X, some are millennial. So we can't sort of play this generation. But on the other hand, we have groups of people. You have the plant-based people, and you have the animal-based. You have the vegans, the carnivores, whatever. And they all have their little world of influence. And this is something that a lot of us are going to have to understand, because I think as time goes on, it's going to be less of a generational thing. And that's good, because grouping people by generation is short-sighted and ridiculous, because there are people that are in their 70s and 80s that have more in common with someone in their 20s than there are some people in their 20s that have less in common with other people in their 20s. A person who's living stacked and packed in a city and likes it has nothing in common with someone who lives out in the country and likes it. They're just two different lifestyles. They will never be compatible. But you may have the 60-plus person living in the country and the teenager that lives in the country. They basically do the same things. They learn from each other. Just like when I was a kid, as a teenager, I learned from people that were 50-plus that had a lot of experience in a time that I wasn't even around. So one of the reasons that I have so much old-time knowledge is because I knew so many people at a younger age that were much older. So, and I think that was a really good thing, because if people of one generation stay only around other people of the same generation, it's sort of like the blind leading the blind. You have people making the same mistakes, doing stupid things. And I have a lot of hope for the newer generation, because I see them smoking less, drinking less. They do tend to like cannabis more, but people always like that stuff. They just hit it better. So I do think, and many of the younger people that I've talked to, they're totally disgusted with the system. They believe that both sides of politics are against them. And I think it's only a matter of time before they start to see that the duck food diet, the stack and pack, the black, white, and gray, and the crapification of the economy is common to both sides. And I think we're in the forefront of working against that, because every one of us that pursue these alternative lifestyles, we are telling the system that if you follow what they tell you, people on the outside, you will never be in their inner circle. You're always going to be in the outside. You're going to be the one that's being taken advantage of. You're the one that's being stacked and packed. You're the one that's in the CAFO operation. You may criticize how the chickens are kept, how the pigs are kept, how all animals are kept, the feedlots, but you're doing the exact same thing to yourself. You're living stacked and packed in a black, white, and gray box. You're going to their feedlot. You're being fed duck food. Then when you get sick, you go to their medical care, where they charge lots of money. They load you up with debt. You pay every month into a system that you'll never get back what you put into it. And in the end, you're going to be unhappy, unhealthy, and basically unproductive for yourself. But you'll be very productive for them. You're going to give them all the yachts, private jets, mansions, everything they want. And they're going to laugh at you, because they're not going to eat the duck food. They're going to give you the duck food, and they're going to go for all their longevity crap and all their supplements and their exercise and everything. And they're going to try to live forever, which thankfully they won't, because entropy says, you won't. And in fact, the only people that are going to live longer are the ones that just work outside the system, take a day off every week, and look at the world for how it really is. Because if you try to pretend like something exists when it doesn't, you're the one that's going to be the failure. you're going to be the joke. The people at the top, the kleptocrats, are going to laugh at you while you waddle around and eat duck food, listen to their propaganda, and do all the things that they want you to. So, instead of listening to their propaganda, you can come here, you can listen to me blab away, and go through your comments, which I have to do or they'll get away from me. So, again, welcome to Live at 8 with Rick. If you're here for the first time, I hope you come back. I hope I haven't scared you away yet. I do have a way of scaring people away. So let's hit all those comments. Now, again, YouTube deleted the earlier ones. I always put this up late. And Brian Dish is the first one to say, good morning, Sir Quack and all quackers. And Mike Seeley Sr., good morning, Rick and Milton, and everyone from a beautiful morning in Melbourne, Florida. And we have Mike Jr., greetings from Kissimmee, Florida, heading back to Tampa Bay. Have a great show. Carnivores unite. Yes, it's quacking time, sir. Yes, it is. All right, 7:57, Rough Carnivore. Good morning, Rick. Well, good morning. Glad to see you here, as always. Steadfast 20-4-28. Good morning. Good morning. And Kevin Hawthorne. Good to see you again. Good morning from Lakeland, Florida. Coach Angela Mullins. As always, good morning. Chuck. Super tune. Good morning, Rick, and all the quackers. Another great Floridian from Clearwater, Florida. Smoothie 420. Good Saturday morning, Rick, Milton, and all you quacktastic folks. Well, good morning. And we have Purple Coconut 65, otherwise known as Almost Good Enough. Good afternoon from the UK, and good afternoon from Miami, Florida. Good morning from Miami, Florida. Sandy Blythe. Good morning, Rick, Milton, and Mama Kitty. Well, good morning. I was trying to find the kittens yesterday. I went on a kitten quest, and I couldn't find them, but they'll show up eventually. I can listen for a little while this morning. Have to be somewhere by 10 and have my phone. Okay, there we go. And the comments all came in a big shot. Let me go back here. Have my phone charging. Need to use my phone's GPS. Well, that's good. Now, we have several other people that have taken up Saturday morning live streams. And good for you. At 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, noon, 1 o'clock. And we'll go over that as time goes on. But at least from about 8 to 10, it seems like it's only Rick. Although I think Liz has one. She had one yesterday. And I'm trying to think who else has one. And, of course, in the afternoon, we have Thomas at 4. And so we'll go through the schedule again. And if anybody knows of any other live streams, let us know. And I think also Christy, Meeting Wellness, has a live stream on Saturday. So there's several to choose from. So you can pop in here to mine. And let's see how many people I have right now. I have, looks like 39. So that's pretty good for the beginning of the live stream. That's actually very good. And let's see. So Robbie Autry, now, are you the first? I know you like to do, let's see who we have here. Let's check the time. We have 7:59. Okay. So if you like doing the on-time thing, we can see that Robbie Autry is the first at 8 o'clock. And then Jerry Voitish, good morning from Ponte Vedra Beach, Florida, shortly after. And Chuck, I'll be listening. I have to make up hours to go to my two-stroke vintage bike meet next month at Deal. Wow. I guess that must be dirt bikes. I don't know if they had too many street bikes that had two-stroke. Maybe if they're old enough. We have a good morning from Roxanne Friend. Awesome. Jason 916. Morning from California. Sick. We're ready to lay in bed and start the day with Rick. Soothing voice may help me rest and relax some. Well, I hope I can. For some reason, a lot of people I know are sick again. I don't know what it is this year. It seems like virus after virus after virus. And then I was watching some of the YouTube people, and I forget what channel it is. I turned it on, and I think it's that strange-looking guy. What does he call his channel? But he was complaining he was sick, and his other thing was sick. I think his channel is called Future Proof or something like that. Some weird-looking guy. And I think him and his associates there were all sick, so it's hard to... Okay. Carnivore diet. Carnival diet. All right. Must be on a cruise. Rick, can you tell me the name of the music-sounding song in the intro? It reminds me of walking around in a mall in the 1960s. It's from the YouTube library. I think it is called Ipanema Daydream from Bird Creek. I'll have to look that up, but I think that's what it's called. But yes, I picked that when I first started doing the music edition, and I'll tell you, it was interesting. Now, you probably noticed that my nose is bothering me because when I went to fix that air conditioner, I had to take on a rather nasty, and I mean nasty, evaporator. When I opened up that cover, I got hit with some of the nastiest dust you could ever imagine. So not only did I fix the air conditioner, but we've scheduled a coil cleaning, which I will be doing probably either later today or tomorrow. So I told him I have something to do in the morning. I'm going to be online. Call me in the afternoon. And that's just more money, because what I got to do, I got to take my torch over there. I got to take my recovery unit and tank. I'll go ahead and, turn the system on, go outside, close the valves to try to keep all the refrigerant in the unit. And I'll take the recovery unit and pull out what's left in the coil. Unsolder that thing, take it outside, give it a good cleaning with the coil cleaner, bring it back in. So more money, that's a good thing. But anyway, everybody's walking around in the 1960s. I figured it would go well with my channel, just like all the other things that I put in there. The idea was to be like the old days. Okay, I think Sandy is going around my workplace. Finally hit me. Maybe carnivore has helped me not get it. Yeah, talking about that virus. That's it. Tail of the Dragon, Chuck Nice. There we go. Sound is great, Rick. Well, thank you, Robbie Autry. Can hear you. Sounds like it's working. All right, so I'm way behind. And here comes, I hear accordions. I got to get myself an accordion. Start playing that. Because I know that Pretzel Pete is in the chat room. Quack Jr. is here. Pretzels in hand. Well, there you go. I hope that you will take those pretzels out to the canal and feed the big, fat, delicious Muscovy ducks that I'm sure are lurking in your neighborhood. Put coffee link in chat, please. Okay, we will do that. You ask, you get. It's like Mitch says, if you don't ask, you don't get. So let me go ahead and put this back, and there we go. All right. So let's go back to the old chat. And North Dakota Lance. Good morning, Rick. How is the Black Menace, a.k.a. Milton, being today? Well, Milton was extremely lively this morning, but he has gone to the bed and fallen asleep. But I'm sure that as soon as his little stomach says, hey, I'm hungry, he will be here. Now, unlike carnivore people, true carnivores, they don't do OMAD. Because Milton, he does 3 or 4 mad, or he gets really mad. So if Milton doesn't get his food, he's going to get me. Okay, as you can see, this room is Milton free, which is a good thing. All right, let me go ahead and keep up with the chat here. Any sightings of Miss Kitty's kittens yet? No. I did a lot of searching yesterday. No success yet, but I'm sure they will come up. Yes, she was walking on the roof yesterday. But where are the kittens? That's a good question. Stacked and packed here. See, this is the problem. They're doing this to a lot of people. But what they don't realize, when you stack and pack people, they're not happy. And eventually, they will rebel. Around here in Miami, most of the crime takes place in apartment complexes. That's where we have the most robberies and all kinds of other crimes. You stuff people in there, they eventually get angry with each other. And sooner or later, the people will rebel. And when they figure out who the real cause is, they'll stop fighting with themselves, and things will get really interesting. It's in a short video, yes. I do post videos on a regular basis. Good morning, Rick, and all of you quackers. Well, lambs, good morning. There we go. All right. And crapification. I like that, Rick. It's true. Everything is crap. You notice that whenever they get rid of something, what they replace it with is cheap crap. You can see this when anyone remodels. They take out good quality and they put in garbage. But they charge you high quality price and they give you low quality crap. That's the way it works. Good morning, Bride's Biscuit. Good morning, Rick from Awaiting Christ. I hope you're doing well. So far, so good. I don't seem to be sick, although my allergies are bothering me after working on an air conditioner that was absolutely filthy this morning. Just staying home today and turning some absurd ideas into reality. Hello, Rick and Milton. Well, hello, Annabella. Good to see you here. While you're here, glad you said hello. Jerry is live at 1 today. That is correct. I have fasted 23 hours and just had some beef fat trimmings. Plan on breaking the fast tomorrow night with chuck steak. I'm doing it to help chronic pain. Excellent. If it works, keep doing it. Haven't been sick in 3 years now. I get sick 3 times a year. Always have. Probably always will. Lovely to see another Christian here. Yes, you're not the only one. I'm sure that at least 3/4 of the people here are Christians. We seem to attract that group. I am fasting also. Saturday mornings are hardest for me to continue fasting. Habit is to get up, make coffee, make bacon and eggs. Made coffee and had the pan heating up before I remembered I was fasting. Yes. Now, as you know, I'm one of the very few carnivores that does not do fasting and does not believe in it. I feel a lot better when I'm feasting. Feasting keeps me happy. And for a person that doesn't drink, doesn't smoke, and doesn't mate, I got to have some kind of pleasure in life. I eat for pleasure. I eat for entertainment, which is all the things that they tell you not to do. I get very entertained when I'm running around the parking lot trying to grab my dinner, when a lizard or a chicken or a big fat duck is running for its life. And it's like, okay, I'm in trouble. And all of a sudden, this person grabs him, stuffs him in a bag, and he figures, okay, that's it. Next thing you know, he's in an area with lots of food, fenced in from predators, plenty of water. Enjoy yourself. And you're going to have a good time for a few weeks until one day you put your head through to get the food and it's lights out. And that's it. And the next thing you know, there's a delicious smell floating around the kitchen. It's absolutely tasty. It's better than being run over by a car, that's for sure. Hello, Peter. Hi, Angela. How are you doing today? And we have some hellos back and forth. Hope you get all the blessings you want from fasting. Sure. I picked up an intestinal virus of some kind. I've been on the toilet for 2 days. Hope it goes away on its own. I don't have to go to the doctor for an antibiotic. Well, the thing is, because you work indoors in a furniture store, I'm sure that you have people coming and going. It's only a matter of time before that interior air with dormant viruses floating around through an air conditioning system get to you. There is no filter that is small enough to filter out all the nasty viruses. Plus, you know, people are always touching that stuff. I hear a noise outside. I guess they must be washing the car. What I've done, I've pulled closed the Venetian blinds because Mr. Milton, he's been over there trying to climb the Venetian blinds. He's broken the slats twice. I'm running out of slats, so I just keep it closed so he can go in my room, which has the blinds all the way up and the window wide open, and he can attack the window all he wants. How much does a typical coil cleaning cost? I think I might need that. Well, if you call the AC guy, a good price for a quality coil cleaning is $150, which is generally what I charge. But some of these AC people are unscrupulous, especially the ones that don't speak good English, and they're going to tell you you need a whole new air conditioner. But a coil cleaning without removal is going to be at least $75. A complete coil cleaning with removal is going to be at least $150. Generally, you won't need any additional supplies. They may charge a little extra because the cost of silver solder has gone up so much. I have an old stock So I still charge $150 for the coil cleaning. And, obviously the consumable, you're going to use some oxygen and acetylene. That's normal. But $150 is a good price. They may charge you double that, but that's the best price you'll find. All right. And let's see. I can't use a coffee code. Only the link, please. All right. So we will do that. We will go ahead and let me get this out of here. And let me give you the link. If I can get it to work, which it doesn't seem to. All right, hold on. Let me just go to the website and let me do this. All right, there we go. Charger Mopar. Okay. I don't know why this never goes in there. That's just weird. Okay. Hold on. I'll get it to work. There it is. All right, so we'll put this right here, and there we go. All right, did I lose my, oh, there we go. All right, let me bring this back up. Oh, come on. Where'd my chat go? There we are. We'll just pop that in there. And we will put it over here. Okay. There we go. And we will pin the message so that it stays there. All right. That'll work. Okay. So, let me go ahead and go back to the chat. You ask, you get. So we have a hello. And the chat went forward. On the brighter side, I picked up a huge share of oxtails for $6.99 a pound, 8 ribeyes for $7. Yeah, I saw the sale. Somehow it all fit in my pack freezer. Well, Peter, you need to start eating. My refrigerator is so full of eggs, it's funny. Eggs are 98 cents a dozen at Presidente. So I have gone back to 6 eggs a day. I'm thinking about eating a dozen eggs a day. I thought that was a tradition of mine. They always said that if you ate an egg, it was like smoking 2 cigarettes. So I used to say, well, what is there, 20 cigarettes in a pack? I have to eat a carton of eggs every day, which is 12 eggs, to be able to be like a pack-a-day smoker, because I hate cigarettes and I don't like tobacco companies. I think they're a bunch of crooks. So if I want to get the ultimate heart attack factor, you got to eat a dozen eggs a day. So back in the 80s, I started the dozen eggs a day habit, and I was convinced, because my dad told me you shouldn't eat more than 3 eggs a week. So I thought, 3 eggs a day, 4 eggs a day, dozen eggs a day. Let's boost it up, It's going to work, trust me. I will be getting that heart attack one of these days, like we all will. All right, hard to take a picture of that code when you're watching on your phone, right? Yeah, that's true. Looks like the other tall carnivore is moving to Florida. Dr. Sean Baker. Maybe Rick and Baker can take a photo together. I'm sure that if Dr. Baker moves to Florida, it's not going to be Miami. And I don't think he's going to want to be around me because I'm a quack. So, but if he does happen to be in Florida, I don't know if he would have the courage to invite me over. So far, there's only been one doctor that has had the courage to invite me over. Well, and we know who that is, don't we? That is, the problem is all these doctors that have kids, they have a wife and kids, they tend to be very private. They don't want anybody around their family. But the ones that their kids have grown up, then they're fine with it. So they don't mind hanging out with a total quack. And speaking of hanging out with total quacks, look at who's here. It's Mitch. Good morning, Rick and everybody. Good morning, Mitch. And I'm glad that you're here. Now, you see, we do have celebrities that watch our channel. And this is another person who personally invited me not only to his meetup, but also to his home. So Mitch is a lot more courageous than most of the carnivore influencers because he's one of the select few that invited me to meet with him. And also we know that some of the people that are here came up to say hi to me. And we know that Peter drove me over there. So there's a lot of people here that are not afraid of a total quack. Some people think I'm some kind of serial killer, but they're wrong. I'm the nicest guy, I think, in the carnivore community. So again, everyone's going to say good morning to Mitch. That's right. And isn't it nice that Mitch is actually taking the day off? He said he was, he might, knowing Mitch, but he said he was not going to be doing a live stream tonight. And he also takes Sunday off. And I do believe that taking one day off a week is important to live a long time. And actually, some of our carnivore friends were saying the same thing. We'll talk about that in a little bit. I get sick almost every time my grandchildren do. Well, similar genetics, similar virus. There's nothing wrong with getting sick. And I do believe that getting sick is almost like getting a vaccine. You have a choice. You can build your immunity from a vaccine that who knows where it came from, or you can build it from just getting sick. If you can get sick without major complications, I think that's a win. I really feel the fat helps with the pain. Sometimes I'll do just water. It just depends on the day. I'll try to listen to my body. That's good. It is amazing that what you eat can really affect how you feel. Two-stroke bike meet is the early street bikes. I have 3 RD Yamaha 400 meet. Oh, okay. Here's the 27th year. I started going in 2002, missing only 2. I used to go to the Mopar shows they had around here, but I don't think they have them anymore. You will not get a coil clean around here for that price. Well, there you go. They're going to charge you a lot more. But $150 would be the absolute minimum for a coil clean. But who knows? It may be $500 depending on who your local contractor is. My recommendation, if you're going to spend that much on a coil cleaning, take the money, buy yourself a vacuum pump, buy yourself a recovery unit and tank. You'll spend $300 or $400. But the beauty of it is you'll be able to do it whenever you want. Now, if you're lucky enough to have the compression fittings, it'll be easy. If you don't, you're going to have to buy a torch. Maybe you're not. I would assume that most people have one, but most people are not car guys. I don't think too many people have them. We have all brands now. Suzuki made lots of them too. I have not been sick since I started carnivore. Oh, see, I guess some people don't. Maybe you just don't know. You get a little bit sick and that's it. Good morning, Rick, Mr. Bill, Miss Kitty, and y'all quackers. And we got a wave. We got chicken. We got duck. We got kitties and a heart. Well, Tammy, I appreciate that. Why don't you put the link in the chat every week? Because I forget. My goal here is not to try to get money. My goal is to meet people. Since the beginning, my goal on YouTube was to meet people. Josephine Cowley, Josephine Beefwoman. Howdy, Quackman Rick. Well, howdy. Glad to see you again, as always. Great to have you here. I can eat 6 to 10 eggs a day, depending on what else I'm eating. That's good. And we have Gary. Hi, Mike and Mitch, my 2 favorite old guys. There we go. Yes, and old guys that like big cigars, too. So we have good morning from Lance. If I ever move to Florida, I'll not be in a big city. No one should ever move in a big city unless you have no choice. City living is crap. City living is stack pack, black, white, and gray box, boring as can be, just awful. There's nothing worse than living in a city. Polish Mike, one of the hardcore carnivores. I eat 6 eggs a day in addition to 3 to 4 pounds beef a day. Normally over 1 pound of raw, lean ground beef for lunch, and then a grilled steak and burgers with fried eggs for dinner. That's delicious. I like that. Very delicious. Robbie Autry says, good morning to Mitch. Rick doesn't scare me. I can stand right next to him. That is correct. You can. And that's a good thing. I used to do OMAD, but I increased my food. You see, Mike, I don't know why you would do OMAD, because you and I are both naturally thin. If you want to gain mass, you got to eat more. I can't imagine, let's say, well, we know who would not do OMAD. right? Our friend, the original carnivore bodybuilder, you know who he is, don't you? Yes, he doesn't do OMAD. I would rather do 3 meals a day and take the risk of getting a heart attack than trying to cram all that food in one meal, feeling like a snake that just ate a huge, I don't know, a snake that ate a deer or something, and then have to lay around for 2 or 3 hours just to be able to get up and walk around. Why would I do that when I could have a pound of meat with breakfast, 2 pounds of meat for lunch, and 2 pounds of meat for dinner? I can get all the meat that I want and not any of the unpleasant, overstuffed, tired, run down. Because let me tell you, when you eat a Rick-sized meal, you're done. Has anyone tried the heart attack burger challenge? Eat a heart attack burger and see how you feel afterwards. You're going to have to take a nap. You're going to have to wait a while. So that's just a good thing. Good morning, Gary and Pretzel Pete. Everybody else I didn't say hello to. Well, there's plenty of us here, and right now we have 50 people watching right now. That is really good. Let's see if we can break the 60 viewer record or the 60 viewer milestone. That'd be very nice. Let's see if we can get 100 eventually. We might be able to. Good morning, Mitch. You are Dr. Kiltz. Look like you guys are having a great time. Of course they were, Brian. That's the whole idea. That's what friends do. Friends get together and they have fun. Would you be able to do video today of your call cleaning? Maybe. I'd be very interested in researching how to do this myself. I generally don't do videos at customers, but what I might do, let me see. I'll come up with something. I may be replacing an air conditioner. So what I'll do, when I take out the old air conditioner, I'll show you the process for cleaning the coil. It's basically pretty simple. You have to shut down the system. You do what's called a pump down. You run the air conditioner. You go outside. You're going to have a service port. You have a high and low pressure service port. You begin by tightening the high pressure service port, and that's going to build up pressure on the high side. Then you watch your gauge. Then you begin to tighten the low pressure side. That will stop. In other words, it's not to pull a vacuum. And you keep doing it until most of the refrigerant is in the compressor. Then you pull the disconnect to shut it off. And then what you're going to do, you're going to take the refrigerant recovery unit and you're going to connect it to the service port. Now that goes through the lines to the evaporator. You don't recover a lot of it, but you do it for EPA reasons. But you'll also be able to save a little bit of the refrigerant. And then pump it into a recovery tank. And then once it's pulled down to a vacuum level or close to it, you can go ahead and start disconnecting. And the way you do it, if your evaporator has compression fittings, you just loosen it with a wrench. That's easy. If your system is soldered together, you're going to have to get an oxyacetylene torch, fire it up, heat up the solder, which is a silver brass alloy, and then once the solder is melted, you can pull the lines out. Alternatively, if you have a really old system and the solder is kind of flaky, what I recommend doing is just cutting the line. Just get one of those little cutters, cut your copper line, and then when you go to put it back together, you'll use a flaring tool. You'll stick it in there and you'll expand the line. Then you push the old line back in, and I always like to do it like this so you can fill it in easy with solder. You're going to use the oxyacetylene torch and the silver alloy solder. You can use 5%. I use 15% on my own system because I like the better quality. And then once the system is together, what I'll do, I'll take my nitrogen tank. I'll pressurize the system with nitrogen. I'll use soap to check for leaks. And if there are any leaks, I'll have to, remove the valve core and resolder it. But I've never had a system leak that I put in. And then once I know it doesn't leak, I hook up the vacuum pump, turn it on, let that thing pump down for about 20 minutes. Then I close the valve, connect it to the gauges, and then I open up the valves on the system, turn the system on, let it start running, and I watch the gauges. If the low side goes down too much, I have to add refrigerant. If it's an old system, which is R22, I can't buy it anymore, but I do have some clean recovered R22, and I'll have to charge a customer for that. But most of the systems that I do repair are 410, which is, the more modern refrigerant. And I do have a tank of 410, so I can always add a little bit. It's minimal. If the system was not functioning and it has a leak, then it may require a replacement. And that's kind of the way it works. I'll have to do a video one of these days. Sent to Coffee, thanks for all you do. Well, I appreciate that. I have to put the little notification so I can see when somebody does. Hello, off today, we'll be listening. Well, Thomas, I'm glad that you are. And again, I think you have a live stream at 4 later today. But we're going to look that up. I walked up a lot of steps today. It's a big deal for me. I couldn't do this a year ago. Well, that's to see. You can always make progress. That's a good thing. All right. I had beautiful lamb last night. I know you like that lamb. A lot of people don't, but some people do. A pound of meat would put me in a food coma. I tap out around 12 ounces. Well, 2 pounds is my satiety when it comes to beef or ruminant meats. When it comes to bone-in chicken, it can be up to 4 pounds. They sell 10-pound bags of chicken thighs. I can knock out half a bag in one meal, but I can stretch it sometimes to 3 meals from one bag. So that happens. Crank often. Thank you, Rick. You are a true blessing. I'm mostly interested in the recovery and torsion. I've done some soldering with copper plumbing. Confident I can do this. Well, copper solder is a little different because that's a soft solder. The hard solder is actually a little bit easier if you know how to do it. The trick is don't overheat the tubing because it may disintegrate and weaken it. Just get it hot enough where it starts to turn a little red. Rub your silver solder on there, and it should be fine because copper doesn't oxidize like steel does as easily. So, and when you use an acetylene torch, you want to have a slightly carburizing flame. If you use an oxidizing flame where it produces, higher heat and sparks, it's not going to solder as well. So you can manipulate. You can turn down your oxygen just a touch, get that flame a little bit further out, and it'll solder just fine. It comes with practice, but it's not difficult. Look, if the lowlifes that do air conditioning here can do it, you can do it. I heard turn on my back door. I'm about to walk and it goes over the road. Okay. Hoping it goes down to the river. Good afternoon from sunny Plymouth, UK. Well, good morning from Miami. 21 thumbs up. Please hit that thumbs up. That would be a good idea. I think the more people that hit thumbs up, the more people will be coming in. Now, is that correct? Or do we have 60? No, we have 51 people watching. Okay. Let's see. I love leaded solder. Yes, leadless is such a pain to use in electronics work. That is true. The leaded solder melts at a lower temperature than the sort of zinc-silver alloy. Yes. However, with plumbing, it doesn't really matter. The leadless solder is just as easy to use as any other. Because in plumbing, you're going to use a soldering paste, which is acid-based, and that's going good. How are you doing, buddy? Did you watch A Cholesterol Code yesterday? No, I did not. I don't have access to any streaming service, and unless I find it as a BitTorrent, I don't watch it. One day, I've had people, somebody sent me the Animal movie. Somebody will probably send me that eventually. Look at all these losers on a Saturday morning. You got to put the mirror away, I'm telling you. That mirror can break. So at least if it has a crack in it, you know it's doing its job. Good morning to John Studd. There we go. We don't like potatoes, so it's going to be a little bit difficult. I had a picture of John Spud that I think Thomas sent me, but whatever. Okay. The most meat I've ever eaten was a whole brisket. I think 1.4 kilograms. See? What is that, 3 pounds of meat? That's a lot of meat. Somehow I lost weight the next day. It's funny how that works, isn't it? I eat about 2 chicken thighs a day. my preferred protein. Generally, I'll eat at least 4 in one meal. I can believe it, Anna Millie, yes. Beef woman calories are weird on carnivore. Well, there's no such thing as calories on carnivore. Calories are a fuel measurement. It's like if I want to measure diesel or something else. I miss torrents. Well, they're still out there. Just have to find them. You're so sad. I'll pray for you whether you want it or not. Well, there you go. All right. So it looks like I caught up. So our comments weren't as prolific as they were the last time I was here. And we have a lot of greetings for Mr. John Dudd. Now, we all know that this interesting commenter has probably been banned from all of the other channels by now. Even my friend Russ Mitchell, he decided to terminate the John Spud routine. I did not. I don't ban anyone unless they start attacking people directly. You could say all carnivores are losers, or you could say that you're a bunch of carnivore quacks or whatever. That's fine. You can make fun of me if you want. That's fine too. But when you start attacking people directly, I'll put you on timeout. And if for some reason it becomes a thing, then I may have to get rid of you. But I've never had to ban anyone from my channel yet. And I really don't want to. But if I have to, I will. But you are welcome to share your opinion. What I would encourage anyone who wants to criticize my channel, I would encourage you to post videos on your channel and to make reaction videos as to why you feel the way that you do. That would be very helpful, and I think it would be a good form of therapy for a lot of people, because instead of just putting out comments that you make like, oh, I'm this or that, or you're this or that, or whatever, you could actually show your face and show us all how successful you are and how good your advice is. Let's see exactly what it has been able to do. All right, so let me go back to the comments. They're coming in again, which is excellent. Meeting Wellness. Hey, Christy's here. I think you have a live stream in a little bit, don't you? If you do, let us know when it is. Josephine Beefwoman, so true. And there's Liz. You have a live stream today? Let us know. Mr. Dudd has made an appearance again. I always feed my trolls too. They make me laugh. Usually, sometimes they do get nasty. That is very true. John Studd definitely is from the carnivore space. Maybe a disgruntled carnivore. Could be. I can't imagine a disgruntled carnivore. But, as I've said many times before, there are people out there who don't do well on the carnivore diet by itself. I've experienced it with a friend of mine. So they may have to go back to the broccoli and the avocados. And you know what? That's fine. I don't grow broccoli, but when my avocados are ready, you're always welcome to come here and enjoy as many avocados as you want. I can't eat those nasty things because I'm allergic to them. They make me sneeze and they make me throw up. But if you're one of the few people that can eat them, I say go for it. Life is short. If your happiness is impeded by not eating an avocado, you know what I say? Eat the avocado. Don't deny yourself what makes you feel good. If you want to smoke that cigar, go ahead and smoke that cigar. You're not going to live forever. You might be like Paul Volcker. Remember him? Chairman of the Federal Reserve? The only chairman of the Federal Reserve that ever did anything that was halfway good. He was a cigar smoker. He was also tall like me. I think he lived into his 90s. It'd be interesting to look it up. But you never saw him without his big cigar. And he kept going. Oh well, no big deal. Anyway, now I know I'm looking at my comments list and it seems to have been delayed. But I see on the other YouTube comments, they're coming in pretty regularly. Okay, so let me go ahead and... Why is this not coming in? Maybe I just have to refresh the thing. That might be what it is. Okay. Oh, there we go. Yeah, sometimes you got to click it a couple times. I have to hop on a live stream at 9. but I will be back in the chat later. Okay, so your live stream is at 9, and I think you're with Stephen Thomas, another great carnivore, a guy in his 60s, looks awesome, very intelligent, great channel to watch. So you might want to, if you want to take a break from the Quack Man, you might want to jump on over there to Liz Black's Box Warning TV and see what they're talking about. And Christy says, I'm live with Dustin. Keto Simple at 7 Pacific, 10 Eastern Time. All right. So at 10 o'clock, anyone that gets bored with me, which is easy to do, can go over to Christy's channel. Or Keto Simple, Dustin. I don't see Dustin here. Did I miss your comment? Oh, well. Dustin always has on Sunday morning at 7:30 a live stream. And he was grateful that I mentioned it. Of course, he has more subscribers than me, but still, I always like to let everyone know they have options. It's like watching TV. You have multiple channels to choose from. You don't have to watch the one program. You can slip to the other, which is really good. I like that. We have a hello to Liz, and we have a morning from Terry Girl. Well, good morning. You're right, Rick. John Studd is a nasty man, eating nasty duck food, most likely. It's possible. It is possible. I often eat avocado. Well, see? That's it. I am smoking that cigar, Rick. Well, Gary, we know that you love cigars, as do several people on this channel. You won't see me smoking a cigar, but a lot of other people will. And you know what? I don't think it's going to do anything bad to you. You may feel a little strange afterwards. You may cough a little bit. You may smell like a pile of burning leaves, but eventually you'll be fine. Ribeye or chocolate cake? Duh. Exactly. Chocolate cake, that's duck food. I mean, I don't even know if, well, ducks do like chocolate cake, but ugh, it'd be like eating out of a dumpster. Of course, I do like to eat food from the dumpster, but I'm not going to eat food that's prepared and sitting in the dumpster. I eat dumpster chicken and dumpster beef that's wrapped in a package. It may be covered with garbage when I get it. I take it home, I clean it out. A lot of times what I do when I hit the dumpster, I'll go to the nearest canal and I'll get off my bike and I'll wash the food in the canal to try to get some of the nastiness off of it. Then I'll go home and I instantly go on the countertop, clean it up with soap and water. I'll open it up, see what it looks and smells like. If it's a little suspect, then I will put it into the boiling water bath to try to do that, get it a little bit better. But a lot of times I pick up the meat, it smells fine. I'll just clean it up and stick it right there on the stove, in the pot, or on the grill. My favorite way of cooking dumpster meat is in a pot, whether it's deep fried in pure lard or tallow, or it's stewed in water. That will help to kill the bacteria. And again, you're not going to get botulism from meat because those containers are not airtight. So, all right, let's see here. Hello, Rick, from Robert Mellison. Well, hello. Glad to have you here. And Jonathan's here. That's awesome. Hey, what's going on? Good to have you here. We do weird things as humans, like make cigars. That is very true. Did you find Miss Kitty's kittens? No, I have not. And I looked for over an hour yesterday. I love that video that Gary made with his cat smoking a cigar. Ha ha, that is correct. We have a hello to Jonathan. I can't stand cigars, but I vape nicotine for pain, cognition, and preventing certain apparent viral infections. I know that nicotine works for pain because when I used to get headaches, especially when I tried going plant-based, I found that fresh tobacco leaves put on the back of your neck get rid of a headache within 5 minutes. The worst headache you can imagine, where your eyes feel like they're going to blow out of your head. Put a couple of tobacco leaves on your neck and wait. It's amazing how well it works. Where would I get tobacco leaves from? I grew them in my yard. I use them as an insecticide. I don't have any now because the ducks basically ate all my tobacco plants a couple of years ago. But one day I'll probably grow some more. I was joking with Mitch a couple of times that Mitch should try rolling and smoking a homemade cigar. That would be very interesting. All right, so let's see over here. We have a hey to Angela. My house was on fire once. I can't imagine wanting another slice of that. My parents' kitchen caught on fire as a kid, but I put it out with one of the fire extinguishers from my fire extinguisher collection, which I still have. I have all kinds of fire extinguishers. You can't go more than 10 feet in this house without getting your hands on a fire extinguisher. I'm looking at 2 of them in the living room. I carry one in my truck. I have one on the Bobcat. There's always a fire extinguisher. I need to make a video on how to recharge fire extinguishers. That's another thing I do, because you can get fire extinguishers for nothing when they're empty. And then you just charge them up and that's it. I'll just check the email now. Okay. Ooh. All right. Hey at Bride's Biscuit. There we go. Rick always makes me smile. He's the ultimate survivor. Well, I do the best I can. A burning pile of leaves with hints of cocoa, followed by a pepper spice. Yeah, that's what I saw. Show and tell in your fire extinguisher collection. Well, I could bring some in here. I have everything from the old acid type, where you turn it over and it mixes concentrated vinegar and baking soda and sprays it out with water, to the pressurized water extinguishers that you pressurize with air, to the CO2 and powder for ABC fires. And I've had only a few fires around here, one in the kitchen, one in the bathroom, and I had one in the lab, but my lab had fire sprinklers in it. Of course, the lab no longer exists because after the explosion, it got so damaged, I ended up tearing it down, and I haven't had a lab here in 20 years. But that was a pretty potent explosion. And thankfully, nobody called the cops, but it was enough to not only lift the roof, but it actually broke the foundation. The tie beams and everything were stretched, so it basically went up and down, and you could see the cracks all around the tie beam. Chunks of concrete had fallen out. It wasn't in any danger of immediate collapse, but the more I tried to fix it, the more problems I found. Then the roof started leaking, and I ended up just tearing it down. We used the debris to fill in a dirt road near my friend's place. Yeah, cat and me. There's also a video of me with Milton using an iguana as a bong, which is, I think I've shown that before. Is there anything from the emergency perspective that you don't have? I have food. I have fuel. I have some spare parts, nuts, bolts, belts. What do I don't have? I need more building materials. I need more tongue and groove wood. I need more roofing paper. I have plenty of nails and fasteners, but I do need roofing paper, and I need more wood. I have a lot of 2x4s, but I don't have a lot of tongue and groove. I have furring strips. I need more building materials, and that's basically what I need. Food-wise, I'm generally good for 3 months, which is typically what I keep. 3 months of frozen meats, and then that will give me enough time to catch and breed ducks and be able to secure a food source. When we get a hurricane, things get really interesting. But yeah, having extra building materials. Oh, I need to get more welding rods. That's another thing. I am a little bit low on welding rods. What is 6510s? I need to get more welding rods. And I do have spare motor oil, but if the price of oil ever goes back down, I'm going to get some more motor oil. All right, so let's see. I think I've caught up with the comments. That's really good. And someone said, don't forget diesel batteries. All right. I'm not sure what diesel batteries are, but I do have a stockpile of diesel. I still have over 150 gallons of diesel in stockpile in the metal tank. So I have plenty of diesel. I have a pretty good amount. I do need to fix my Lister diesel generator. That thing is messed up. But I do have a newer Ready Power generator, which will work. I also have the wood gas generator. And wood gas is the fuel that keeps on giving. Okay. Got it, no slow. Oh, for your truck and van. Well, I got to get more batteries. That is true. I do have a collection of old batteries I may be able to revive, but it's a lot of work to revive a battery, and somewhat hazardous. It's usually not worth it. If I can get a good used battery cheap enough, I don't bother. But if I have no choice, I will recondition a battery, which again, just not a pleasant experience. And you got to put on the rubber gloves, got to put on a respirator, because then you have to cut the battery open carefully, remove the top, take the contents out. You'll have to make new separators. I tend to use plastic from those plastic bottles. They work pretty well. You know, the polyethylene ones. There's several ways of reviving a battery, let's put it that way. Rick is the ultimate end-of-days survival specialist. It was a Hunger Games situation. I call Tibbs. There you go. That's right. Yeah, you're right, Jonathan. Hey, Brian, Mike, and Christy. Well, there we go. Now, let's talk a little bit about some of our other carnivore friends, because obviously I am not the one there. Oh, did you ever try using some used cooking oil in any engine? Yes. If you look at my older videos, you will see that I routinely was using used cooking oil in my truck. I think I can show you these right now. Let me go over here to my channel. And let's see. I'm going to go to the internet. Now, hopefully, you can hear me. It seems like the sound is working. I'm going to go to my YouTube channel right over here. And, okay. All right. Okay. Let's see. All right. Let Them Eat Cake documentary. That sounds interesting. I keep getting interesting YouTube recommendations. So let's go over here to my channel. And let's do a search. Let's look for oil. There we go. Seed oil power. There we are. How I make my seed oil fuel. I just wanted to show you some of the things that I use. First of all, I have this old hydraulic pump that I pulled out of who knows where, and it has a DC motor on it. This DC motor is connected to a couple of leads that connect it to a battery. This battery is going to power that motor. Now I put a battery charger on it. There we are. To keep the battery charged. If I disconnect this, it turns off this pump. Now the pump is taking oil from inside this metal container. It's going through these fittings, and it goes up to this little gauge that shows the pressure. Now the pressure is adjusted by this bypass valve. You can see when you open it, the fuel flows very quickly. And when you close it, it starts to restrict it because it has to go through this centrifuge. This is one of those little oil filter type centrifuges. It's not the best. It works, but not very well. It has a little bowl inside that spins around to get any particles out of the oil. Anyway, if you look, you can see that I have several videos on that. Seed oil power. We talk about oxidized seed oils. There's a lot going on. Milton learns about seed oils. Using seed oils. You can see me with my van right here. What do we have here? Oh, yes, look at that. Pure vegetable oil. Looks good. Ingredients, soybean oil. What should we do with this wonderful industrial product? Well, that's pretty easy. Pretty good use for it. Okay. I told you not to call during my live stream. I will not answer your call during my live stream. Uh-oh. Look who's appeared. Come here. Come here. It's the monster. It's the most dangerous animal on earth. Hey, sweetie. There you go. Look at Milton. Look at the Milton. Look at the Milton. Hello. My little baby Milton. Hello, Milton. Oh, you're such a good kitty. Are you going to attack me, you cute little monster? Let me get the little Milton. Look at that soft little Milton. Look at soft Milton. He's so cute. I love my Milton. How long before Milton attacks me? I give it less than a minute. Yes, that's my Milton. Hey, Milton. Yep. I guess you're not going to attack me. Oh, well. Well, that's not too entertaining. Your tail is going fast. I think he does want to attack me. He just hasn't quite figured out how to do it. All right. So, let me go back over here and catch up with the chat. Now, anyway, you can see that I do use cooking oil in the engine. Do you belong to Sam's? Yes. If so, the Duracell are made by Penn Electric, and they seem to last in the diesels. The Duracell car battery. That's interesting. I'll have to check that out. Hello, Rick and everyone. Well, hello, Linda. I didn't have any money for a battery until now, since I've done all these little jobs, so that's really good. Here's what I have in my diesel for 10 years. Duracell automotive battery, group size, 27F, around 140 each. I assume you have two batteries like I do. So, well, that's good. AC coil cleaning and all these little jobs, I'll be able to get 2 new batteries for my van, and I won't have to say a prayer every time I try to start the thing. Very cool, Rick. Yes, it is. There's Dustin. Good morning, Rick. And all the rest of the Quackers. Well, good morning. Glad that you are here. And how are you today? And we have hey to Milton. And morning to Dustin. No, Dustin without the G. Yes. And Milton. Watch out. Milton is vicious. Yes, he is. Milton is a pretty boy. He absolutely is. And what a sweet cat he is today. He'll be, as soon as he gets hungry enough, he'll be super aggressive. I wonder if Milton is a daddy. I wonder that too. I have a feeling if there's a black kitten, he attacks when hungry. Yes, he does. I'm a wee bit damp. My soccer game. It's cold, drizzly. Huh. Well, it's hot over here. Good morning. And we have from BK, there we go, Belgian Carnivore 53. Hi, Rick, Milton, and Miss Kitty and the Saturday Quack team. Well, hello. Glad to have you here. Milton eats some meat and not a Snickers chocolate bar. Do you carry jump box with you? I carry these. I always have a few of these hanging around. I have like 3 of them. That's about what it takes to give that truck any kind of a boost. Good morning, Rick and all. Well, good morning, Pond Apple. All right, So let's go back over here to the internet and let's see. All right. Millennial Engineer versus Antique Chrysler. Oh, that's funny. It's interesting when some people try to work on these things. It can be a bit of a challenge. All right, let me go. Let's see something else here. All right. Let's see what YouTube recommends. Okay, there we go. So, yeah, Stephen and Liz, they're the ones that are on now.
For your birthday, not your whole year.
Yeah.
Gretchen,
So
bacon is delicious.
There we go. All right, and she has 9 people watching right now. I'm going to give her a like. Make sure that, you can see that I was here. And I'll go ahead and I'll even say hello. All right. So that's one that we have right now. Now, who else is coming up? Well, let's go over here onto YouTube and you will see. Let's see. All right. Why is it not moving? What is this? Come on. Huh. Well, isn't that weird? Oh, okay. YouTube does some weird things. All right. Let's see. Still same live tomorrow. Oh. 10 o'clock a.m. Okay, there it is. That's today. All right. That'll be in 46 minutes. So that's another option. When you get bored with me, you can just drop on over there. All right, let me go and let's see. Who else do we have? Oh, we'll get this one way or the other. Come on. There we go. All right. We have... I will never understand the order that YouTube puts these channels in. All right. Let's see. All right. Okay. There we go. Yeah. Carnivore Weekend Meeting. Live. Yeah. All right. So yours is at 11. There we go. Okay. And then for the afternoon, who else do we have? Well, we know who we have. We have... Oh, where is she? It's crazy the way this thing organizes these. Where's Jerry's channel? Here it is. There we go. And that is Win the Cholesterol. All right. In 3 hours, that'll be at 1. So you can check that out. We'll give you a like over here. I don't know if I'm going to be here at the time. I may be gone, but who knows? If I'm there, I will join in. And of course, our friend over here, we know who you are, Mr. Prime Rib himself. Where is Mr. Prime Rib? Here it is. All right. I think today is an open, yes. And again, I hope I'm here in 6 hours. If I am, I will join in. If not, then you know I'm out working, probably either helping my friend move a bunch of junk around or cleaning an air conditioner. So that'll work. All right. We'll put a comment in here just to make sure. All right. So that takes care of the segment of who's next. Who's next? We know who's next. All right. Let me go back to the comments and let's catch up. All right. Okay. What will be your power source? Off-grid style? What about gas? Well, here in Florida, it's technically illegal to be off-grid. However, there are ways around it. One option is to get power service and just don't pay, and they'll cancel it for you. But they won't give you permission to live in your home without an electric hookup until we can change that. But my main power source is going to be a combination of solar, fermented gas, and biofuels. I use wood gas extensively, and I will definitely add wood gas to it. So what I'll probably do is have a large solar system, which will be not on the house, but on the shop. The shop will be much bigger than the house. It'll be located on the part of the land that's probably closest to the pasture, which is going to be the sunniest. The house, like all my homes, will be surrounded by trees, and there won't be any sunlight. The roof will be covered with dirt and plants. The idea is to make the house invisible from the sky. The shop, on the other hand, will be visible, and it will have large solar panels. And there will also be at least 2 generators. One may be a diesel oil generator, and the other one's going to be wood-powered. And in an ideal situation, I'd be able to get my hands on an APU from a jet aircraft, which is a gas turbine, and run a generator off of that using wood gas. If I could do that, that'd be perfect, because the wood gas generator would provide high power for running things like compressors, welders, and so on. And the solar power would provide the baseline power for lights, computers, and maybe 1 or 2 small air conditioners. The large air conditioner would probably be run a absorptive system, which would use the wasted heat from the wood gas generator to produce the cooling power, which would then cool the house and the shop. I do intend on having an air-conditioned shop. And yes, the poop gas will continue to be my cooking gas no matter what. The only difference is I'm probably going to take the stove with me anyway. Milton, what are you doing? You're acting crazy, Milton. Oh, there goes Milton. All right. Milton's in his wildcat mode. He loves to get into everything. He's just a funny cat. That's the bad thing about having a carnivore cat. Normal cats are lazy and they sleep all day. Milton sleeps for a while and goes wild. I think he's getting hungry. I may have to get up and feed the beast, or he's going to bite me. I'm quite busy, but grateful to have this rambling duck fanatic in the background. How are you? Well, I'm glad that you like me, Jonathan. Now, Two Crazy Ketos. Great channel. And by the way, I wanted to talk a little bit about one of the videos you did last week. There was a very important video that they did. If you don't watch the Two Crazy Ketos channel, I would recommend that you do, because even though they use the term keto, this is actually a carnivore-centered channel. You have Joe and Rachel, who are fellow Floridians. They live in rural Arcadia area. And not only are they in the carnivore space, but they're also in the homesteading space. And that's a great combination. That's the combination that I want to be when I move out of here and I'm living in a rural area. I want to be able to produce more of my own food. And also, I'm going to continue to work with my plants and fruit trees, I am going to be, and I've already done it, I've been grafting mangoes and avocados. I'm going to continue to do that, but I'm going to do it on a larger scale. So don't be surprised if you see me selling fruit trees as a supplemental income source. It's also a great way to get your property tax down if you go agricultural. But the video that they did during the week was about the importance of a rest or Sabbath day and how people who take that rest day live longer than those that don't. So when you get a chance, I would recommend that you check out their video. I'm going to show you what the video is. I hear Milton digging in the litter box like crazy. Let me go back over here and let me go to my channel here. I'm going to go and let me see if I can just go to channel. All right, well, I'll tell you what, let me just do it the fast way. This is going to get out of control pretty quickly. Let me go to my list of subscribers, and we're going to go over here. Here it is, 2 Crazy Ketos. And we're going to look at the videos. Add 7 to 10 years to your life. The one habit more important than your diet. I would recommend that you watch this when you get the time. And there it is. So, again, check that out. They talk, says, why diets and exercise are not enough. And then biological, what is it? Biological weathering, science of stress, how the Sabbath adds years to your life, the always on trap, practical steps to start. You want to check this out. And again, I don't recommend a lot of videos, but this was very, very interesting in my opinion. So I would recommend you check this out. You don't have to if you don't want to. Don't stress yourself out over it, but I did learn something from it. So I really appreciate that. All right. And as you know, I try to take time off whenever I can. I don't push myself to the limit because really in the end, none of us are going to live forever. And having quality time, in my opinion, is better than just being running around all the time and driving yourself into the grave, carrying a bunch of debt. I don't see the point of it. All right, so let's go back to the comments and we'll catch up, which, again, on my channel, that's the one thing that always stands out. We catch up with the comments. All right. Christy and I will be live in a bit at 10 a.m. Yes, on both her channel as well as mine. Again, you can do that. Trump's channel is Win the War. Well, the U.S. hasn't won a war since World War II, and I don't think they ever will. Good morning, Joe. Yes. Dustin knows who they are. Yum, prime rib. Yes. Hopefully Thomas is okay. Well, he did pop in. I'm sure he'll be fine. I've been fasting to help a pain flare. I fasted 23 hours and then ate, let's see. Oh my goodness. Then ate some beef fat trimmings. It tends to help me a lot. That exactly. All right. And there he is, see? Thank you, Rick. Yeah. He's fine. I'm trying to provoke Rick. Yes, I know that. I know your technique. I've seen it long enough. I'm okay just doing some cleaning, but also relaxing. There you go. Good to see you. Yes. Hello to Dustin. I almost think, yeah, exactly. I always think about your brother. Hope see you on your live later. Again, I hope I'm not working. I probably will be, but I'll be taking Sunday completely off. I try to make Saturday my day off, but lately, with my friend and his problems, we've had to go over there, move junk, pull scrap, and then I get these emergencies. But I do try to take one day off. And when I do take a day off, I close the blinds, I turn the phone off, I go in the backyard, which nobody can get to, and that's it. And unless there's a war going on in my front yard, I'm not coming out. Or I might just go for a bike ride where nobody's around. Same to you, Dustin. We have hi to Thomas and hi to Tammy. Ah, here's John. Hi, Rick. Just popped in for a bit, but I can't stay the whole time. Now, this is John Spina, the carnivore teacher. If you don't know who he is, where have you been? He is on a live stream tomorrow around 1 o'clock. It's called the Carnivore Sunday School Live. We all should know who it is. You'll also, you won't find him as a regular anymore, but George, the monkey coconut, or whatever he calls himself now, used to be a regular. But you have Juliet Edens. We know who she is. Milton really appreciates what she did for him. And they're on there, as well as they get guests. So that's a good thing. So you might want to check that out if you get the time. But there's so many lives on there, it's kind of hard to get everyone, but that's good. So we have a hi to John. And from Two Crazy Ketos, hi to Milton. Yes, Milton was here. And Milton did want to say hello. We have a hi from John to Sandy. And hi, Joe and Rachel. Yes. Let's see. Joe and Rachel, awesome. Yes, I had no idea how awesome they were until I was at the Dr. Kilt's meetup in Tampa, and Rachel came up to me. She was actually excited to see me, which I was very surprised because at first I didn't know who she was. And then I remembered the Two Crazy Ketos channel. Now, when I first saw the channel, I thought, oh, it's another one of these channels trying to sell you stuff. Oh, and I lost interest. But when I realized what their channel's really all about, my attitude totally changed. Like, wow, this is a really interesting channel with some really interesting people and fellow Floridians. So it goes to show the importance of these in-person meetings. When you see somebody in person, you're getting a different view than when you see them on the internet. You see somebody on the internet, they're behind different graphics and fancy things, and people always put a certain persona for the remote experience. But when you meet them in person, you realize, hey, this is amazing. It's the same thing like when I met Carrie in person. I realized, yeah, this is a great person. This is somebody that I really enjoy being around. So that's a good thing. And good to see you. Yes. Had a week of just here at home every day because my boss was out of town. He woke me up at 10 p.m. to inform me to work today because he is a bit greedy. He waited too long. That doesn't surprise me. Thank you for encouragement, Rick. We really appreciate it. Well, thank you. I just want to share the information that I think other people will benefit from. I rested today and worked on a cute diamond painting with lots of ducks in a laundry room. It's so adorable. That's funny. You have inspired so many to Two Crazy Ketos. So glad to know you both. Yes. Can you try diamond painting? I don't even know what diamond painting is. That's interesting. So thankful for your friendship. One of my weird art forms was neon art. And I've shown examples of my neon in my videos. You probably have seen it in my bedroom. Got neon all around. If I ever get a decent shop, I may start doing that again. You might see it in my background. I know a lot of people, they use the LED fake neon, but I like the real glass stuff. I think that's the way to go. Hate that for you. I thought less money. Yeah, a little extra money. Exactly. Well, money can help all of us. That is very, very true. All right. Diamond painting sounds nice. Nice and quiet. I worked really hard the last 2 days with packing. I wanted to make sure I rested. That's smart. And Thomas is still here. Just subscribe. There you go. Just subscribe to Two Crazy Ketos. And again, I'm surprised that anyone here doesn't know about their channel, but take my advice. If you had any doubts about it and you thought, well, I don't want to go, you should subscribe to that channel. You'll love their attitude. There's a lot of good information. Yeah, they might try to sell you some stuff, but nothing wrong with that. If you believe in a product and you get a little money from it, I think that's a good thing, honestly. As long as you're not making promises that are not true, what's wrong with selling stuff? And there's several people here that sell stuff. Dr. Kiltz, he sells stuff. Mitch sells stuff. I mean, think about it. There's several people in the carnivore space that sell stuff. As long as you're telling the truth and you're, especially if you use a product yourself, why not? Why not? It's up to the customer to decide if it's a good value or not. Yes. That's very nice. We have a hello from John to Thomas. How do you like your prime rib? Well, I haven't had prime rib in a while, but any kind of beef products, I like it cooked properly, not too much. I never like anything that's overcooked. Overcooked to me is a disaster. I just like it slowly roasted, not overcooked, tender and delicious. Good thing you're prepared for all the work and got your health improved so much to Annabella Redward. Yes. We have a hello from John. I thought I already was. Glad to correct that oversight. Well, there you go. That was simple. Sometimes YouTube will unsubscribe people as well. I don't know why that is. Hello, John. You're doing perfect. Yes. Well, that's good. Yours is the first channel I suggest to people who don't know. You would definitely like the Carnivore Teacher channel because he has a tradition of doing short explanations that explain everything in a way that you can understand it. So, John Laspina is your carnivore teacher if you want to learn about the carnivore diet and you're kind of new to the diet. If you're an old-time carnivore like me, you can still learn something new, which I have. And speaking of new, look who's returned. I think you're hungry. You want a piece of meat, don't you, sweetie? Oh, what a beautiful kitty you are. Look at that face. I love my baby Milton. He's such a good Milton. Uh-oh. Oh, ow, ow, ow. Milton. No, Milton. Stop it. You're a bad Milton. No. Ow. Ow. Watch those teeth, Milton. Ow, 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 ow. No. Ow. Look at those teeth. Look at those vicious Milton teeth. Look at those teeth. Look at those teeth. Look at that vicious animal. Look at those teeth. Ow. Ouch. Milton. Ow. Ow. Milton. Ow. You silly. You're silly. Oh, Milton. Milton. Ow. Look at those teeth. You gonna bite? Oh, no. Milton. Ow. Milton. Ow. Milton. Oh. Okay, Milton. Okay. All right, Milton. I understand you're hungry. Okay. I'm going to feed you. All right? Don't worry about it. Okay, Milton. Oh, my goodness. All right. We're going to take a little bit of a break while I give Milton a piece of meat before I end up being the piece of meat. Milton. Okay, I have survived a vicious cat attack, and I gave him a piece of meat. Hopefully that will keep him busy, although he may want more. So if he comes back and he does what he always does, then we're going to have to put him in the room. Hey, it's Dan, Lions Carnivore Podcast, and I know you have a live. I think it is next week. I'm not sure, but I did see that you have a live coming up. And again, I believe, aren't you going to be with Butter Bob as well? I could be wrong. My mind may be going, it's good to see Mitch. Yeah, well, Milton is happy, but he is a little bit on the wild side. And let's see, what's good, my good sir? There we go. Who wouldn't be excited to see Rick? Rick is so awesome. Well, thank you. I guess this must be Rachel, or it could be Joe. Doesn't matter, but yes. I am glad that you take your time and check out my channel. That's great. See, even the more famous and the more well-known channels will check out my channel, and I really appreciate that. And that's why I'm happy to share, because the thing is that none of us, there is no carnivore leader. There is no carnivore guru. And there's somebody calling me.
Call from E.
Oh. No. No. Okay. There we go. I appreciate that. That's a good point. I like that. Well, hello, Barry Simon. How are you? As usual, sending me all kinds of interesting AI-generated video and some AI-generated photos. I notice that you don't add salt, if at all, to your pork chops when cooking. That is correct. Do you like salt? And what is your whole philosophy about salt, if any? Okay, that's a very good question. I like that. Well, first of all, if you'll notice, here's my salt shaker. There's not much left. I don't salt ever beef, duck, what else? Lamb. Basically any kind of ruminant meat, I don't salt it. When it comes to pork, I generally don't salt pork.
Call from 13052-812-588.
I don't recognize a number. Oh, well. Huh. That's weird. Okay, let me switch the scene. Okay. Let me go back over here. There we are. Okay. All right, there we go. Why am I hearing meowing? Crazy cat. Anyway. All right. Philosophy around salt. I will salt eggs. I will salt heart attack chicken. I don't generally salt pork because I don't like the taste of it. But I do at times salt the pork. But I use salt as a preservative sometimes for fish. I will pack fish in salt to dry it out and then wrap it and put it in the freezer. It lasts for a very long time, but I will rinse the salt out of it by soaking it in water. I've also preserved meats. I've preserved iguana with salt. I do salt iguana at times. Sometimes I don't. It's like seafood. Sometimes I salt it, sometimes I don't. I'm not a big salt user. This salt shaker was full at the beginning of the year, and it's April. This is how much is left. That's how much salt I've used in all this time. I make my own salt. I get groundwater from Key Largo. I have a special well that I get it from. And basically just put it in stainless steel and glass trays up on the roof with a glass cover, which is basically a sliding glass door that somebody threw away so that bird poop and other dust doesn't fall in it. So I set out the glass and metal trays, put the sliding glass doors like this, keeps the rain out of it as well. and then it just evaporates. The water runs down, and I get my salt. The salt forms in flakes. I put it into the blender, spin it around, and it produces the salt that I use. That's it. That's how I get my salt. Rick prefers to get down on the ground and lick a block of salt when needed. Okay. Uh-oh. What? What do you want, Milton? I fed you. What? You want more meat? Is that what it is? I already gave you your meat. Or you just want to cause trouble? You're good at that. You are a little black menace. Oh, I got my secret weapon right here. When I show Milton this, he runs away instantly. So it works really well. All right, well done meat is a tragedy. My dad sure did like his burgers like charcoal. You know what? I agree 100%. There should not be, I don't even like grill marks on my burger. When I cook burgers, they're sitting in a frying pan full of beef tallow. They're swimming around in animal fats. There are no grill marks on any of my burgers. So when I make a heart attack burger, you'll never see grill marks on it. The only time you'll see grill marks on my food is when I cook steak. And again, most of the time, I prefer to cook my steak in the frying pan in beef tallow. That way it's not going to have the grill marks on it. I don't like the crust on the meat that a lot of people do. Now, I do grill from time to time, especially when we have get-togethers, and I will eat the grilled meat, but it's not my preference. I also am a big fan of stew meat. When you're eating roadkill or wild-caught meat, you never know what kind of nasty bacteria or parasites might be in it. A stew is a great way. And by the way, stewing meat is a very traditional way of cooking meat. It can make the meat much safer, and it can enhance the flavor. When your meat is burning on a grill, you're burning off a lot of the fat. As Dr. Kiltz often says, you're rendering out the fat. But when your meat is stewing in a pot, that fat is still in the pot. So you can eat the meat and eat the broth that goes with it, and you're not losing anything. Milton, what are you doing? You want to go up? You want to go in the window? Okay, let me take this out of the way. Come on, Milton. I guess Milton has had his meat, so he's really wild right now. And yes. Well, Milton is usually good about keeping his claws in. Roy, you're such a loser. Why don't you go back to the replay? Well, what I want you to do, I'm giving you an assignment. I want you to make a video of yourself so we can critique it. I would really appreciate that. But of course, you're not going to do it because you may not even be a real human being. You may just be a form of artificial intelligence that has gone off the rails. Our cat is the exact same way, switching back and forth between lovey-dovey and attacker. Yes, that is it. Hey, Juliet's here. Hi, Rick and Milton. Well, hello. Glad that you are here. There you go. Hi, Juliet. Milton has mad style. Yes, he does. All right. Milton must sometimes wonder who Rick is always talking to. Yeah, that is very true. I agree with that. Trusting in God to provide me a beautiful home. There's nothing on the market. Okay, Milton. Now he's running around. Well, you got your face all covered in cobwebs. What did you get into? Must be hunting a cockroach, knowing Milton. We have a hello to Juliet and a hello back. Leave everything and come here. Well, there I got some comedy going on here. Amazing if my new home has an amazing kitchen for when I film recipes. Yes. Okay, let's see. Did anyone watch Cholesterol Code? It was very good. I'm sure some people did. I didn't. It was such a good documentary. Okay, so they like it. Where is it available? And Milton, don't even think about it because I have this. Oh, there he goes. You can rent it. You can rent or buy it on Amazon. There we go. I don't use Amazon, so I'm not going to rent or buy it. I would not let you leave. There we go. How many lawnmowers do you have? I think I counted 5 in your video. I find them all the time. I have one that I use, and there's probably another 4 that I've picked up. I do clean outs, and I hit trash piles. I find them all the time. I need to take some time out, analyze them, see which one's good and bad, and then strip it. My old lawnmower is rusting on the deck, so I may have to scrap that deck, but I may swap the motor over. But yeah, there's quite a few there. And I have a little strip of grass out front, and I use the lawnmower to mulch the yard. That's really about it. How are you? Bella. Kidnapping is a crime. I guess so. Scam. Yeah. Well, you know what? I've eliminated all of the scam calls because in order to call my number, you have to go through a menu. In fact, I could probably post my number and somebody could call in and you would see what happens. My phone number, in fact, I can do it right now. I can show you what it sounds like. It's pretty easy to do. Let me see if my phone link is functioning. There we go. Okay, so I'm going to call my number. All right. I'm calling my number.
I'm sorry, I don't recognize this number. Please enter the name, the first letter of the first name of the person you wish to speak to by using the button on your phone. Thank you.
All right. Now, in order to go through, I have to push 7. And there it goes.
Call from
The person at extension
Okay,
20
so that's all that we have to do
is available.
to be able to get
Please
this to
leave your
work.
message after the tone.
All right. That was my fault. I didn't push the, uh-oh. Milton. All right. We will go back and we'll go through this all over again. All right. So let's see. We have a thanks. All right. Well, hopefully you did hear I got to that point. I forgot to flip the switch back on the microphone. So you got that part, and we got that part. All right. So let's see here. Yes. And that gift is going to the biogas strawberry poop gas tank. And there's Milton waiting. I see the look and see the head. See the paw. There's Milton. Hey, Milton. There he goes. You're a silly Milton. Yes, you are. Black Menace. Milton is adorable. Yes, he is. Waiting until my... Okay. Debuted on Simply Keto. All right. Okay, so we're going back through this that I missed because silly Rick forgot to turn the microphone on. Yes. All right, there we go. No sound unless it's me. No, I fixed it. Phone still your audio. No, I forgot to flip the switch. There is a switch on the microphone. We do everything the old-fashioned way. It's a good thing I don't let the comments go too far behind. But that's okay. All right. So no sound, no sound. Yeah, no sound. No audio. Sound, lost the sound. Yes. Okay. Talk about the gift. And yes, I am back. I am back. I just got to remember, flip the switch. Now, the problem I have is that I placed my glass in front of the VU meter that moves when I have sound, and I didn't see it. I need to change that mixer. I'm going to hit the dump, see if I can get another one. Yes. Rick, would boiling a steak in water make it more tender? Have you ever tried that? Yes, I've tried that. And when you say boiling, no. A lot of times, boiling the steak will actually extract more fat out of it, and it'll make it more stringy. But if you stew it slower, if you turn it down where it's just starting to boil a little bit, yes. And I have done that. I've used mystery meat from freezers that have been for unknown amount of years, and I've been able to make them edible by boiling them in water. Another trick, of course, is to add things like oranges or, some other tropical fruit that can help make it more palatable. But you can do it, but it comes with experimentation. I agree. Milton is adorable until he's not. And until he's not is the key, because you never know when Milton is going to turn on you, because that's the way of the Milton. We have 39 people watching right now. Okay. You poured that cooking oil in your gas tank? Yes, I did. My truck and van are diesel, so it's perfectly fine to put it in there. Didn't hear your reply about 6'9" Hawaiian dude. Well, someone said there was a 6'9" Hawaiian dude that is vegan. My comment was, I don't know how you could get to 6'9" if you're vegan, unless you had a pituitary tumor, in which case your growth hormone was running in overdrive. I would like to see what the person looks like. He probably has a voice like Anthony Robbins and has large hands and feet. For those of us that don't have large hands and feet and have a relatively normal voice, we got tall from our diet and not from a pituitary tumor. Dry brining a steak will make a steak more tender. That is true, unless, of course, it's freezer burned, in which case it won't work. You might have to do that meat at low simmer for several hours to guarantee tenderness. Yes, because if you heat up the meat too much, it just forces all the fat out of it, and even though the proteins break down, it just turns into something that's like a piece of rope with the flavor of it as well. Okay. Anyway, Oh, we have 44 watching now. It kind of goes up and down. So now that I've caught up with the comments, let's talk a little bit more about some other subjects. And if you are a subscriber to my YouTube channel, which you obviously are, if you're on this, at least I hope you are. If you're not, I would recommend you subscribe to my channel. I'm going to go over here to the, okay. Milton, what are you doing? I see a tail moving through the room like a shark in the Jaws movie. Dun, 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 dun. There he is. Instead of Jaws, it's paws with claws. Hey, Milton. What are you doing? Sniffing the floor like a hound dog. You are such a cute kitty. I don't know. You are... What? Are you going to attack my feet, you little menace? Don't you dare. I have the window spray. Oh, there he goes. As soon as I think he hates that glass cleaner. All right. Well, it says, look at the comment. The 6'9" guy switched to vegetarian after he got married, sadly. And not good muscle tone, although very slim. Didn't have a healthy glow like you. Oh, okay. Well, Venetian cat, that's very interesting. I'm glad that you think I look healthy because according to John Spud, I look terrible. And according to a lot of my vegan friends, I don't look good. Yes, pause. Now, let me go over here and let me double check. I'm going to go to my channel. All right, we'll go over here. And I want to show you a little something that I put on there this week. If you never check out my post, I recommend that you do from time to time. Somebody had put a video, and actually Peter, Pretzel Pete, also found this video. And it was about a truck. It was a Chevy, I think, truck running on wood gas. And then there was another video I put, which is they're talking about the real reason that they invented. Why is it not coming up? Building permits, talking about where all this level of control comes from. Now, I talk a lot about the central bankers and how they run the world. The central bankers, they make all the rules, they influence the government, so everything that is done is to benefit them, to give them additional wealth by reducing our living standards. The only reason why we're not living as bad as we were in centuries past is because we have developed technology that allows us to pretty much take everything and make our lives easier. Now, I've had a lot of people tell me that they wouldn't want to be in a world where everybody was like me because they would say that everyone would be living in the Stone Age. And it's actually not even close. So some people think that if they were to do what I do, we'd all be Amish people riding bicycles and horse and buggy and all that stuff, living with no electricity. And that's not the way that I would live. Now, the Amish people are a strange group, but they have a lot of good ideas. And there's actually a few people in the carnivore community that live near Amish communities. Now, what are the strengths and weaknesses of the Amish system? Well, the strength of the Amish system is the focus on independent reliance, not self-reliance. Self-reliance is a myth that is often put by businesses as a way to try to build consumers. So in other words, instead of working together with people, you want to try to be on top of everything. And then that way you can take advantage of other people getting up there. By encouraging sort of a fake self-reliance, the system benefits itself really well. On the other hand, the whole Amish idea is not to attract attention to yourself, but to share the knowledge and share in the work so that you can share in the reward. Now, people would say, well, that's communism, that's socialism, whatever. But that's not really what it is. You see, the idea of communism is basically big government controls everything. The communism that we know comes down to you have central planning. And central planning is what central bankers love. They plan the economy by manipulating the money supply. What they have to do, they have to get everybody to use money as a unit of exchange. So in other words, you don't exchange real things. You exchange money. Now, what is money? Money is a representation of value. So in order to get that to work, you have to find an object that everybody wants. Now, in traditional times, it could be a metal, it could be a food product, it could be shells, whatever it is. Something that had some type of value behind it. There may be rarity, there may be a particular use for it or whatever. So that would be the traditional way of doing it. Now, the reason we use money is so that we can trade more efficiently. Now, if you think about it, if you're the guy that grows avocados, the only thing you have to offer is avocados. If you're the guy that has a ranch, the only thing you have to offer is meat products. You could have, for example, beef, you could have goat, you could have whatever animal you're growing, chickens, ducks, whatever. You could sell eggs. And your value of your product would be based on what you have. If you are a logger, your currency would be wood. You could sell wood in various different sizes. You could have different sized trees. You may be the carpenter. You can take that wood and make building materials like boards, beams, or you could be someone that makes furniture. So again, all these different people handling raw materials, processing those materials, turning them into something else. And then at the very end, when the materials are no longer used, they will be turned into fuel, such as like wood that's no good anymore, leftover pieces. It may be turned into firewood. You may have a company that uses metals to make things. When those things are no good anymore, they turn into scrap metal. They're melted down and turned back into new products. But it all comes down to having the resources. So by having a monetary system, you can actually represent those resources with something that's not actually a resource and then use it as a medium of exchange. Well, central bankers have turned the system upside down. And what they've done, they said, well, the money itself is not important. It's what represents, what backs up the money. Now, in the old days, they could take paper and they could back it up with something like gold or silver. But there's only so much gold or silver in the world. So what they did, they said, let's just represent the money with the money you owe. So in other words, the debt that's created by the system, by using the system, represents the money. It is the most ridiculous thing you could ever imagine. But they've been so good at doing it that for over 100, well, it's been since 1913 when they passed the Federal Reserve Act, more than 100 years, they've been able to have a system that they can manipulate at will, instantly, simply by creating more debt. And with all the debt they create, it simply makes the money supply less valuable. So every single year, without fail, your money becomes worth less and less and less. Now, I have a little tray here of some money. All right. Now, we all know about paper money, but what is this? What do I have in my hand right here? I have some coins. And what kind of coin is it? This would be Abraham Lincoln, which means that this is a penny. And here we have a nickel. And here we have a dime. Now, both the nickel and dime are made out of the same metals. but this is supposed to be worth more than this. Now, how can that be? How can a smaller coin be worth more than a larger one? Well, that's very simple. The nickel has always been a combination of copper and nickel. The dime used to be silver, which is a more valuable metal. Now it's copper and nickel. And the quarter used to also be part silver. It's now copper and nickel. Now, because of the inflation, Milton, are you a central banker? You are like entertainment. You never give up. You love to attack, don't you? But I always see you coming. You can't fool me. I know exactly what you're going to do. But really what it is that the system arbitrarily determines a value. So it says that the smaller coin, the dime, is worth more than the larger nickel, even though the nickel contains more valuable metals. What is it, Milton? Are you going to attack me, you silly thing? What? Do I have to get the spray? I will use the spray. Why don't you sit down here like a good little black menace? That's it. Relax. And I'll keep the spray handy. Anyway, so what it comes down to is the monetary system is basically a rigged game. And all modern money is set by debt. So in other words, anything that can be bought with debt is going to become more and more expensive over time. Whereas things that are bought with actual currency may not go up as much. And that's the key, because debt is what's used not only to create the money, but it's also used to finance the things that make additional production possible. And this is the key. So, for those of us that have been having to go out there and buy increasingly expensive meats. Now, look who's over here. See? There's my little buddy. I bet people would rather look at you than look at me. So we'll move the camera over here. And Milton, he can keep an eye on us, and you can keep an eye on Milton before he attacks me. But anyway, really what it comes down to is no matter how hard we work, no matter how much we try, the monetary system is always trying to mess us up. And the reason is the people at the top, the ones that call themselves fancy names, their most fancy name is called financier. That is code for parasite. So anyone that calls himself a financier is going to be a parasite and a predator. Now think about it. This right here is a predator, but he's my predator. He's a beautiful predator too. Look at that. Oh, he's gorgeous. Yes, he is. But on the other hand, if you've ever watched Dr. Kiltz's videos, you know that he uses a term called the Friends of Jeffrey. Now, what Jeffrey are we talking about? Are we talking about, well, there's several Jeffreys. There's one Jeffrey that used to turn people into dinner. We're not talking about that Jeffrey. We're talking about the other Jeffrey that had an island. And what was Jeffrey's official vocation? What did he do for a living? Yes, financier, otherwise known as parasite. And not only was he a financial parasite, but he was also involved in keeping secrets from lots of people, which allowed him to exist without being interfered with. And of course, once he outlived his usefulness, they disposed of him, which is what they always do. And it's true of everyone. Anyone that the system uses, whether you're friends of Jeffrey or whether you're just out there fighting wars for them, when they don't need you anymore, they throw you away. They put you on the street. They do whatever. You're only as good as what they can get from you. That's it. And I think the younger generation is understanding this more and more and more, and they're refusing to participate. And you can see how desperate the system has been, what they've had to do to try to get more and more victims for their scheme. What they've done, They have allowed people from all over the world to flood in and take the place of the people that refuse to play the game. And they can take advantage of them. This is how Miami works. Miami works on having a constant stream of desperate people, people that are just so lost that they think that this is a great place to live. But in reality, they just take advantage of them when they don't need them anymore. They end up on the street. You can see this starting in the 80s with the drug trade. They use people as long as they can make money out of them, and then after that, they throw them away. And that's the way it is. And speaking of being thrown away, guess what's no longer made anymore? These are no longer made. Now, I pay pretty much everything with cash. Sometimes I get them, sometimes I don't. And what I do, the pennies that are corroded and old, like this one, I use them back in the store. I may give them a little cleanup. Otherwise, the machine won't recognize it. Milton, what do you want? But you can see the symptom. Simply by discontinuing these, you know that the system, the monetary system, is completely broken. What? You can only make the metal cheap for so long. When I was a kid, the pennies were copper. Now they're zinc with a copper plating. And now they don't exist anymore. Because even... What? What? What are you doing, Milton? What? What? Ow! Ouch, Milton. You're a black man. Ow! Vicious animal. Look at those teeth. Milton, what is wrong with you? Milton? Bad boy. Oh, look at those teeth. You're a mean animal. Look at those vicious. Ow! 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 Milton! Ow! You're a silly Milton. Look at that silly Milton. No. Bad Milton. No. You're a bad Milton. Look at that. You bit me with those little... Look at those teeth. Look at those vicious teeth. No. Bad Milton. You're a bad Milton. Did the central bankers send you over here to get me? Do they have you wired with a chip so you can attack me at night and take me out when I'm not looking? You're a bad pussycat. Okay. Now you go. All right? Oh, my goodness. Get bitten by the monster. I'm going to have to keep the spray. I used this yesterday to clean the windshield of my van. I get a lot of criticism for the windshield in my van being cracked, but let me tell you, I can't put a new windshield until I can get the metal to replace the top. It's all rusted out, and my MIG welder is broken. So unless somebody's going to send me a MIG welder to test, which they won't, because nobody on YouTube, no company is ever going to send me products because I'm a pretty dangerous guy, I guess. But then again, if somebody did want to sell MIG welders, they might want to send me one so I can test it out on my van. If I could find a junk van to cut up, of course the scrappers always get them, but I could cut the piece out of the other van and fix mine. Otherwise, I'm going to have to get sheet metal, and I'm going to have to build my own repair to try to make the thing work. Thankfully, since I put the roofing paper on it and the water stopped leaking in, the rust finally stopped. But I'll have to get in there. Of course, it'd be nice to have a plasma cutter as well, but I can use my cutting wheel. But anyway, so that was a subject I wanted to talk about. And again, if you don't know, central bankers, they need debt. And the best way to use debt is to take something existing, let's say a nice home, demolish it, and replace it with a bigger box. Or anything that you made. If you made appliances that were good, make the new ones crap so they keep failing. They blow up right after the warranty is over. That's kind of the way that it works. Because you want people buying as much crap as possible so they can go in debt. What is it, Milton? That's it. I'm going to have to put my foot down with Milton, although I keep them up so he can't bite my feet. Anyway, let me go back over. All right. Let me go and catch up with the comments, which I let fall be way behind. All right. Nothing like a good rant to get the comments going. Wait until I make my debut in Super Keto. Well, let us know when you do it. Okay, yeah. Not good muscle tone, very slim. Well, the thing is, I am very slim as well. I mean, I've shown everybody I don't have any muscle. You're not going to see This is not muscle. This is just, I mean, it's muscle, but it's skinny. So I'm not one of them big muscle dudes, but healthy glow. Yeah, I think I look pretty good I'll be 58 in a couple of months. In June, I'll be 58. Before you know it, I'll be 60. I'll be the old man, I'll run down, but I think I look pretty good for my age. I've been commented many times. People tell me when they realize my age, they think I look really good. Fasted for 23 hours. Oh, there you go. Hopefully I'm playing on my phone. All right. Dun, 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 dun. That's right. How old is Milton? Milton appeared in October of 2024, and he was probably a couple months old. So it's got to be a year and a half. He's really an awesome kitty. Thank you, Rick, for a live stream. Yes, appreciate that. No worries. Hope it works. Yeah, exactly. It's a beautiful day here in Queens. Oh, time to get out and walk. Have a great weekend. Thanks, Rick. Well, thank you for being here. I have a brother, same age as you, Rick, already. Balding, a lot of teeth missing, and belly. Big skin is not good. Well, I don't have a belly that sticks out. And as you can see, my teeth, they're crooked, broken. But I've had people tell me that my teeth are very white, and I don't use any teeth whitening. I brush my teeth with baking soda and lard, and only once a day. When they see me sometimes cheaper, but years ago they required scanning my driver's license to get their best price. I hate that. That's weird. They don't do that for me. Hope you sleep well. Yes. Just hopping to Jaw. Okay. Jaw's Friends live stream. I'll be back later. Well, glad you were here. Again, there's a lot more live streams than there used to be. Okay. I'm glad that God is healing me. Yes. That's a good thing. Thank you so much. Hope you have a blessed weekend. Yes. Feral Grandma. Wendy, hello. Well, hello. Good to see you again. The guy told me his mom was 6'4", native Hawaiian. Told me he ate a lot of meat growing up. Okay, so he ate a lot of meat growing up, not a pituitary issue. But then, after eating all that meat, he switched to the vegetarian diet. I did the same thing when I was, 24 years old, and it destroyed me. After 7 months, I couldn't do it anymore. I had to go back to the meat diet. So, okay. People with an open mind curiosity will live longer because they will find carnivore and normalize their blood sugar. That's good to know. Amy's here. Hi, Rick and friends. Milton. I got the spray. Don't you even think about it. You need a shot of spray, Milton? You need your windows cleaned? You're a black menace, I'll tell you. You're funny. Okay, just woke up because we had terrible storms in the bundle of the night. The tornado sirens are going off. Wow. The weather here is totally dead. This is a dry season. Our storms are coming, but it'll be a couple months. There's Tim. Rick, yes. Good to have you here. Hope you're doing well. I guess you'll be going to work pretty soon. And we have some good mornings. Why do I hear a car out there? Glad you are safe. There's an avocado tree in the condo yard. A Roundup is used to here as well as reclaimed sewer plant water for lawns. Well, I wonder, you ought to test the avocados to see if they have glyphosate in them. Very safe, just tired. Made it to the meetup. Hope you guys have a beautiful weekend. Well, thank you. I'm glad that you listened to us while you're on the way to the meetup. And I know it's going to be a good meetup because you're there. Amy, you have had way too much stress lately. Hugs. Yeah, that's true. With her husband and all the other issues, but that's good. It's Devil's Face. Mercury head dimes were beautiful. Haha, Milton Hungry Boy. I guess the disadvantage of having the Venetian blinds closed is I can't see who's outside. But I do hear a car. Let me see. Yes, I do know that. It also is called Death Pledge. Hold on a second. I need to fix my cameras outside. My friend gave me a roll of cable, but I've been lazy and I've been too busy actually. But yes, mortgage, mortality engagement. That is correct. Wow, what a black Milton cat. That cat is a beast, let me tell you. He's funny. That's what happens when you feed your cat carnivore, yes. Not vicious, hungry dad. Yes. Millions attempting to shut down the Rick Rant. Yes, that is very true. Milton wants you to stop live streaming now. Milton, who are you talking to, man? Milton's the enforcer. Yes. Yes, he is. All right. My brother is extremely slim and ripped, eats lots of meat, and he's 6'4". The Hawaiian dude has been vegetarian for 40 years. No top teeth and no muscle tone. That is not good. Well, this guy's been carnivore 42 years, and I chew on tough meats. I chew ice all the time. I don't have any muscle tone. I am skinny, but I am very strong. I was picking a sink out of the dumpster yesterday with one hand, and the construction workers, they were looking at me like, I grabbed this thing, but I picked it up with one hand. So it's like, how can somebody so skinny be strong? Well, because I've never been injured. My body is doing what it needs to do. I am the same strength and speed as when I was 25. There's no difference. Have you seen me on a bike? Have you seen me ride for 5 or 10 miles talking the whole time? Even when I push myself, I don't get out of breath. It's just the way that I am. Since I started carnivore, my teeth are a lot better now. See? It works. God bless you. Well, thank you. Actually, today is bicycle day. Well, let's see if you can put a ride and talk. I'm sure the weather over there is improving. I know that you use a bicycle sometimes to get to work. I do that too. I did make a van video yesterday because doing some plumbing work, but that's okay. I hope I did a Milton Rick Cage match while I was gone. Well, Milton right now has gone asleep. Look at him. Hey, Milton. Milton is an awesome cat. Milton will also hate a spray of water from a spray bottle. Yes, and I have that too. But it seems like the window cleaner works a lot better. He practically takes a bath in the spray bottle. What is the difference between grass-fed beef from Walmart or Wagyu beef from Costco? I don't know. I don't think I've ever bought Wagyu beef. I've always bought the cheap stuff from Gordon Foods. I've never bought food from Walmart because it's kind of expensive in my opinion and it's a low quality. Morning, Rick, and everyone else. Well, there's Bob, semi-retired Bob. I think I saw a video from you yesterday. Your videos have been reduced, obviously, because of your injury, but I'm glad that you have dropped in to say hi. And as Bob says, be 1% better. Sounds ridiculous, but do the Wagyu cattle receive massages? I've heard they do, but I really don't know. Rick can carry a microwave and 2 plants on a bike. Well, you've seen me do some crazy things like carrying the kitchen sink, carrying a stack of junk computers. You'd be surprised what you can carry on a bike. And I'm actually pretty good at holding things and riding the bike without falling over. I've never had a mishap while riding, carrying stuff. Now, on the other hand, I've had a few mishaps when I was playing around with the camera, and I ended up going in a hole in the middle of the sidewalk. A friend's lawn guy cut her air conditioning electric cord. Then she noticed her air doesn't come on, but it is making clicking. Is it possible they cut the fan cord? Well, if you're talking about one of those mini split or ductless air conditioners, I don't know why there would be a cord exposed. I use electrical conduit, which is a metal tubing when I do installations. Yes, probably what it is that the power connector was cut. But you know what else it could be? It could be the thermostat cable. So it might not be the electric cord. It might be the little thermostat cable, the low voltage line. A lot of the AC contractors are lazy and sloppy, and they just run this thing haphazardly to the air conditioner. So it is possible that that was cut. The inside unit is running, but the outside unit doesn't work. But you're going to have to see what the cable is. If it has a wire gauge over 14, it's most likely for the air conditioner power. And if you would have cut that, you probably would have gotten a good spark. But if it's like a 24 gauge or 20 gauge wire, it's probably just the thermostat. But without seeing a picture of it, I can't tell you exactly what it is. And Rob Riatri's on out. Have a great day and enjoy your weekend. Great live work. Thank you. Well, I'm glad that you were here. And I've caught up with the comments again. So despite the rant and the lack of sound, I definitely have caught up. And again, if you want to know what sets my live stream apart from everybody else, it is the fact that I keep up with the comments. That's why my live stream lasts so long. So when you go on someone's live stream and they ignore your comments, be aware that it would be a very long live stream if they did hit all the comments. Now, it shows that I have 39 people watching right now. Let's see. If you was buying a new bike, which one would you get? I don't know. That's a good question. I've never had a new bicycle. I've never had a new car. I've never had new appliances. In fact, the only thing I ever buy new is simple devices. I'm looking around my house. I don't think I've bought anything new. My phone, computer, tablet, everything I have is used. The last thing I bought new, I did buy a brand new refrigerant recovery tank. And before that, well, I buy new tires, new batteries, new belts, all the consumables I'll buy new, but there really is nothing here new. Oh, I did buy some new tools. This wrench, I bought this new years ago, but of course it's been used. So I do buy some things new. Hey, Milton, you got scared of the wrench? What is that? You're a silly Milty. Oh, I bought this new. I bought some of these USB to PS2 converters. I use these a lot because I like to use the traditional keyboards. So that's pretty good. All right. Anyway, let's see over here. I was in Sam's looking at the Wagyu beef. It was $100 for 2 ribeyes. A dude was standing next to me looking at it too. We both started laughing hysterically exactly the same moment. No one's buying that stuff. It makes you wonder what they're doing with it, if they're throwing it away or donating it. I don't know. That's just crazy. I mean, who's going to pay that much for some steak? Why would you pay $100 for a couple of little steaks when you could walk out to the canal, grab yourself a tasty Muscovy duck, and have delicious Barbary duck? Oh, there's Milton. He's relaxed nicely now. Why does Milton go from being a wildcat to being a domestic cat? I'm not quite sure what that's all about. But I guess that's what happens when you're a cat. It's a very old machine. The weed whacker cut it. I'll let you know, thank you. It's probably the thermostat cable. You could just splice that back together. Have a great day, Rick and Milton. Well, thank you, Riot. Glad that you were here, and I hope that you will return. I hope I didn't scare you away. So we have 37 watching. There we go. Home defense wrench. It would probably work for that, but then again, even my telephone would probably double as a home defense weapon. You just smack somebody a hen with this old plastic set, you'll probably knock them out. And if that doesn't work, just take the phone and throw that at them. That'll knock them out. Wow, that's insane. Yes, I asked the same question about the Wagyu at Sam's. You know no one is buying that. I don't know. I don't even think I can see the dumpster. I check dumpsters. I checked the dumpster at Aldi in Fresco y Massa, and I've seen no meat in the dumpster. So the meat's not selling. It's not going in the dumpster. I think they're donating it to these food banks. I think that's what they're doing. Because the food either has to get sold, thrown in the dumpster, and they don't mark it down anymore. A few years ago, they'd mark down the meat all the time. Now, you have to ask them, and they don't want to do it. And the thing's already going to expire the next day. They won't do it. The Aldi over here, they pretend like they don't speak English. I'll have to go to the other Aldi. They used to mark that down. I hear turkeys clucking outside. Ooh, is that a potential meal right there? Are they your turkeys or are they wild turkeys? All right. Employees might be taking it too. My boss owns a zoo and they donate their... Okay, so to the zoo, that's an interesting thing. What do you want, Milton? I see you're looking at me. You are a cutie. Now you're getting ready to attack. You are a lively pet. You know that? But you are cute. But you are dangerous too, aren't you? Yes, you are. Wild turkeys. That reminds me of a Bugs Bunny cartoon. A wild turkey surprise. Eat it up while it's still sizzling. It was like 2 dynamite sticks and a very large dynamite stick with some of those little things they put on the legs. And he gave it to the Tasmanian devil. And exploded. In the cartoons, they always used to use TNT or dynamite or some other explosive to solve problems. Does anyone ever tenderize their uncooked beef by pounding on it? Some people do. I've seen people do that before. But if anyone does, let us know. Do you drink coffee? No, I hate coffee. I don't drink coffee. I don't drink tea. All I drink is water, typically ice water. I want an AI video that looks like a Star Wars trailer of Milton, the Black Menace. Well, I'm sure somebody will make it. You got Barry Simon, and you got Grandma Crochet Corner. You got Thomas is doing AI, so it may pop up before you know it. Zoos will take lots of things. I have no idea what they use them for, but they take my empty paper towel rolls. Well, that's good. Sometimes I feel like I have a zoo. Look at this. You like what? Meow. You say meow, you little menace. You're a black menace. Black menace. He's a black menace. Are you going to attack me? Go ahead and get it over with. I'll get you every time. Oh, there he goes. Oh, he decided to lay down. That's pretty good. I could put him in a costume. Have you tried coffee even once? I've tasted it before and I spit it out. It's absolutely horrible. I can't drink that stuff. It tastes like burnt meat. It's just nasty. I don't like coffee. My mom was coffee. My dad had Cuban coffee, un cafecito. They love the little coffee in the little cups. Terrible. Besides, when I was a kid, when I grew up, I always hated the principal's office. I got sent there quite a few times, and they would always have coffee in there. So principal's office smelled like coffee, so I hated coffee. That might be what it is. It's part of that. Milton wants more meat. I gave him a good-sized piece, so he could not have eaten all that meat in one sitting. He must have ate some of it. He probably wanted something better. I gave him pork. He probably wanted beef. I don't have a lot of beef, so I haven't been giving him any. I've been saving it for myself. But yeah, I give him pork and chicken, and I even gave him some iguana. And he liked the iguana, so maybe I'll go out and get another iguana. Problem is that Milton tried to eat a lizard, and I don't want him eating the little lizards. They're probably full of parasites, but he did eat the iguana. Milton wants meat. Yes. All right. So anyway, let's see how many people we have. We still have 40, so kind of goes up and down. It's kind of interesting, and we'll have more live streams popping up. I think people are leaving to go to the other live streams. That may be what it is. We drank iced tea with sugar and lemon. Also ate lots of sweets, unfortunately. Now, one subject I wanted to make a video on, I wanted to talk about. Before I make the video, maybe I'll ask some of you, have you noticed something interesting about farmers? When you look at people who do farming, and a lot of people who do homesteading, they tend to be very fat. And what I've noticed, when farmers are younger, many of them are quite lean, quite skinny. But once they get into their 40s, 50s, and up, they all tend to be really fat. Now, I don't know if that's the lifestyle, if it's the stress, you're trying to rush to get the harvest in. And this is even true of ranchers and people that raise animals. They tend to be really fat when they're older. I don't know what that is. But the younger ones, maybe half of them are quite skinny. But you never see anybody over 50 on a farm that isn't fat. So is it what they eat? Is it the stress of the lifestyle? Is it exposure to agricultural chemicals? What do you think it could be? I've been wondering that. Notice that when it comes to people that have money, there's a lot less fat people that have money than there are fat poor people. Some of the fattest people I've seen are the poor. You would think that poor people would be skinny because they don't have a lot to eat, and yet they tend to be some of the fattest. And one of the reasons that was given for that was that skinny people tend to be a little more educated. People that are more educated are less likely to eat junk food. People that have more money, they tend to like the better things in life, and the better things in life are not junk food. Now, obviously, we have a certain politician who's the president who loves junk food, but that is the exception. You don't see, and I've worked for people that have money, and you go to a person over there in Coral Gables or Pinecrest or one of those more expensive neighborhoods, and their refrigerator's broken. What? What is it, Milton? What? Are you on the attack? You silly Milty? There you are. Look at that. Look at a dangerous wild beast with claws. You're cute. You're cute, but you're a pest. And you're lively today, which is good because most of my viewers, they love cats, and they want to see you. You make this show much more interesting than if it was just me blabbing away. All the great live streams, they have people that join in the live stream. But Milton, he's my guest. Now he's getting in front of the monitor. What are you doing, Milton? Milton, stay off the keyboard. Don't knock me offline. When I first started Live at 8 with Rick, Milton was constantly knocking me offline. Every time the Milton would come in, we'd have a technical issue. And that's just one of those things that was unavoidable. I think it was part of the charm of the show. Hey, Milton. You a silly Milty? Are you a silly Milton? Okay, there goes Milton. We'll just encourage Milton with a little bit of this. There we go. And Milton has left the room. All right, so anyway, are you still doing kefir? I haven't done it in a while, but I am still making yogurt. But I had the kefir culture got messed up. I need to redo that, and that's something that I will be doing in the future. Okay, carb eaters. Okay, so we're talking about the farms. It's the beer. That stuff makes people addict and fat. Okay. When they get older, work around the farm is delegated to other younger people. That could be it. So they're eating the same stuff, but when they're younger and they're active, then I go ahead and it makes sense. The smart people in my high school were all skinny. Yes, that's what I remember too. Tim says, bicycle day. I drop LSD and ride for hours in the mountains. I didn't even know you could ride bike when you're on acid, but hey, I love yogurt, Rick. So delicious. Yes. Now, you probably add fruit to the yogurt. I just eat the yogurt plain, but that's it. Farmers believe in the foods they grow. But again, there are people that raise cattle, that raise grass-fed cattle and are fat. So they can't be getting that fat eating beef. They got to be eating other stuff. This is one of the reasons why I'm hoping that when I'm able to travel around, that I get to meet some of the people that raise the meat, because I want to see what their lifestyle is like. I'm just curious how people get that fat. I've never been fat. I don't know what it is to be fat. And it doesn't matter whether I'm working physically or if I'm doing what I'm doing now, just sitting there. I've done a lot of sitting in offices. I've done a lot of installations. I've made sales to customers. I've done presentations. I've done a lot of inside work, and I've done a lot of outside work. And no matter what work I've done, whether I've spent months inside of an office or I've done the same work that I do now where I'm always on the move, my weight stayed exactly the same. I have weighed between 190 and 210 pounds my entire life since the time that I turned 25. And it's always been in that range, no matter what I do, no matter how stressed I get, no matter how much physical activity I get, it doesn't really seem to matter. But of course, throughout that whole time, what did I eat? Carnivore diet. So that's probably what it is. And I do live kind of primitive. I live in an old house. It's got mold in it. I have lots of mold in the house, which is probably why my nose bothers me, but I don't have any other negative side effects. So who knows? It's just weird. All right, so let's see here. I'm still reacting from that air conditioner, which is amazing to me. I live in a house full of mold. I go to fix an air conditioner, and by the way, a very clean house, although it did smell like chemicals. When I walked in the house, I was starting to get a headache. I think what it is, they use air fresheners, and they use, I'm sure they're cooking in the kitchen because the kitchen smells like seed oils. All that material is getting into that air conditioner. And I think it's concentrated. Plus, a lot of people today wear synthetic fabrics. They use colognes. They use deodorants. They use conditioners. They put conditioners in their hair. They use a lot of synthetic products. And another thing I've noticed, carnivores don't shed as much skin as carb eaters. My home, although it is a dump, has very little dust. And that's even with the windows open, because I don't generate a lot of dust. I'm not one of those people. So, you know how that is. But anyway, you can, but you got to be slick. Carbs pack more quick calories than people realize. And the problem is you have people that don't have a lot of muscle and they're not active. And they're loading up on carbohydrates. The carbohydrates go in your body. Insulin is turned up. Now they got to be stored somewhere. They can be pushed into muscle. If you have it, it's pushed into the muscle, you could eat a lot of carbohydrates and it'll absorb that. But what if you don't have a lot of muscle? Well, then you got to have body fat. And what if you don't have enough body fat? Your body just makes more. So you end up being skinny fat, where you have toothpick arms and a huge gut that sticks out. And that's even more unattractive than the person who's just skinny. The person who's just skinny can actually look reasonably attractive. But when they got the big gut sticking out, that is terrible. Just like the person that has the gut, but they also have muscle, they don't look so bad. If someone has good muscle with a gut, some women actually like that. Some of the funny guys like it too. So that's not a problem. The problem is when you have the lack of muscle and a lot of fat. That's when you look absolutely horrible. You see the women with the arms that droop down and the butt that hangs down. They have no muscle, a bunch of fat. And this is just, it's like the guys with the man boobs. It's terrible. It looks awful. It's not appealing in any way. So you're better off being muscular and a little fat than being skinny with a gut. Worst. Farmers also have a higher cancer rate because glyphosates are part of their crop growing routine. Yes, that is true. There's a famous rock climber that named a new climbing route cascading crystal kaleidoscope as he climbed up the route while on acid. Okay, interesting. 6'6" Rick the Stud. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. More like a dud, but hey, that's fine. Your nose running sniffing this morning started after Milton was in your face fighting you. No, it actually started before I started the live stream. I was blowing my nose and sneezing a lot, almost like I was catching a cold. But it wasn't, because when I'm catching a cold or flu, my hands will hurt, my knees will hurt, I'll feel sluggish. That was not it. It was an allergy. And a lot of it was because I got into that air conditioner. The problem was the air conditioner was running, but it was not cooling. So I had to get in there and figure out what was wrong. So I took the voltmeter and I had to take the panel off. You have to remove the cover of the air handler, and then there's a little panel that goes inside. Well, that was all covered with this dust. When I removed the little panel, I put my voltmeter on there. I had 24 volts at the transformer, but there was no voltage at the relay outside. So I had traced the wires in, and it's like, well, I got voltage here, and it's not going out to the air conditioner. It's got to be a thermostat. And I go to the thermostat. The thermostat is on. It shows the correct temperature, but it's not working. And whoever wired the air conditioner, which was probably from a third world country, didn't use their head, and they didn't say, well, you know, I could wire this thermostat directly. No. They wire only the output, and they rely on the battery to power, you know, the internal relay, which is stupid. It's just stupid. Anyone that would wire a thermostat like that is brain dead. What kind of imbecile would rely on a battery to operate the relay which controls the output of the thermostat? Duh! Idiot. So what I did, I removed the jumper in the thermostat and I put it on the place where you power it up, and then I rewired it so that basically the battery is only to keep the settings. The battery was still had power to keep the settings. And I told him, I said, look, the battery was dead. I rewired the thermostat so it'll work without the battery. I don't have a spare battery. Go ahead and change it. You just flip the thing down and change it. I'm not going to charge them to change a battery. I mean, I'm not greedy. But what I did, I rewired the thermostat and, you know, got the unit working. Fine. But then a lot of times I'll just change it. If the thermostat is not working, I'll change it. But in this case, it was working. It just the output wasn't working. So I rewired it and it worked fine. So I charge them for that. And that's it. They can change the battery whenever they want now. I do carry a couple of new thermostats in my toolkit. I don't leave anything in the van. When I'm done with a job, I bring the toolboxes, and they're quite heavy. I didn't realize one of my toolboxes weighs 102 pounds. And I was working on a job where I was trying to fix the heater in an air conditioner. And the customer, I left the toolbox in the living room. So he says, can I help you? I said, no, I'll get my toolbox. No, I'll get it for you. He goes, bam! He goes to pick up this thing. It was heavy. I said, yeah, it's a little bit heavy. He's kind of stumbling around holding this toolbox. Like, you didn't have to get it. I can get it myself. And then I just picked it up, you know, put it on the, you know, next to the AC. He's like, wow, you're pretty strong. Yeah, I am. You have to be. You just get used to it. But I guess a lot of people don't really pick up anything. So, cat hair on your nose. I do get that when I'm eating like a steak, because I do tend to get lard and tallow all over my face. If there's any lard or tallow on my face, it'll attract cat hair. It'll make me itch. My nose is very sensitive. We have this all in my place, fridge full of margarine. Every time I open that stuff, it's caused by some cheese. Sometimes it's here the smell of margarine suffocating. Yes, it is. It smells like chemicals. I was always super thin. Ate anything and everything horrible. All of my life, until I was my late 40s. My sister was careful about what she ate, and she was always heavy. Human design is a thing. Well, there you go. Milton smells like the air freshener that Rick sprays on him. It's not air freshener, it's window cleaner. Ah, Milton just... Milton, now he's running. Oh, he's backing up. He likes to walk backwards. There's bromide in many of our textiles, which is endocrine disrupting and competes with iodine for uptake. Near impossible to mitigate. That's good to know. I wouldn't doubt it. I mean, they put bromine in everything. They have brominated vegetable oil for fake popcorn. Maybe since my clothes are mostly old, been washed many times, I'm not exposed to this. My clothes are all some type of cotton, and they are very old. This shirt is so old. I was wearing this in my 20s, and I dug it out of my stuff just to prove to everybody. And I had a friend that actually remembered it. I remember that shirt. Like, yeah, this shirt is old, and I have a red one from when I was in high school. Now, that one is a little bit small because I was 18 when I wore that. I tried to put it on. I felt like I was being in a sausage because that's actually a medium. I wore a medium in high school, but I wear a large, and that's when I got to be 25, I got to my full size, and I haven't changed at all since then. I look pretty much the same. Well, hey, Kimberly M., glad that you are here, and I see we have cat, bicycle, and duck. Yes, and my cat is looking at me with his little yellow eyes. He's thinking, I think he's probably waiting for his lunch. I wouldn't doubt that. So anyway, all right, so let's see. How many people do we have? We have 41 watching right now, which is not too bad. And I've caught up with the comments. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to talk a little bit more about some of the other things that we need to talk about. Now, oh, Milton just left the room. Now, we all know that the world we live in is basically rigged to take advantage of us. This is something that if you don't understand that, you really do need to, because whatever the mainstream media tells you is always going to have a bias. Now, does that mean that everything they tell you is a lie? And the answer is no. If everything they told you was a lie, you would quickly realize it and you would ignore them. So the secret to a successful lie is that it has to be mixed with truth. I mean, think about it. The best lies are the ones that have a side of truth to them. But it's just like anything else. If I had a glass of water, how much color do I have to add to the water to make the whole thing change color? Very little, maybe a drop. So if I give somebody a plate full of truth, how much poison do I have to add in the truth to make the whole thing poison? Very, very little. And speaking of poisons, there was another great video, and I believe it was from Barcade. You see that? When they're talking about all the different plant toxins that are out there. Everything in the world has a dose of poison that goes with it. And this is something that a lot of people don't understand. Now, I didn't understand it until I was a teenager. I was like 17 years old, and I realized everything was going to get worse as time went on. When I was a little kid, they made us all kinds of promises about flying cars and robots that'll do all the work for us. There were so many things that were promised to us that just didn't happen. And the reason is, it was never really going to happen. It's all a promise. People will make you all kinds of promises. When you want to scam somebody, you make them a promise. What is the best promise you can make? I'm going to promise you something that you really want. I'm going to promise you easy money. You follow my system, and I will teach you how to make easy money. Nobody ever thinks about, well, if your system is so good, why would you tell anybody else about it? Think about it. If you knew how to make a lot of money, you would make a lot of money, and there would be no room for anybody else. It's that simple. But people don't think that way. Oh, I'm going to sign up for this program or this subscription or whatever, and I'm going to get to associate with this very successful person. Well, how much does that program cost? It costs money, doesn't it? So let me explain to you their program for free. It's very simple. You make promises you can or won't keep, and then you charge people money for it. That's the program. That's it. Simple. And you see it over and over again. Right, Milton? He agrees. What? You silly pet. I see you're going to relax. That's good. You're welcome to stay here if you relax. I think out of all the places Milton wants to be, it's where I am. Yes. You are so cute. I love you so much. Look at that pretty face. Oh. It's hard to believe that a little animal like a cat can be such a nice interactive pet. They talk about robot pets. And yeah, you might want to have a robot pet. But the question is, what is the advantage of a robot pet versus a real pet? Which one is more efficient? And believe it or not, if you look at the bottom line, the cat is a lot more efficient than the robot pet. Robots take rare earth materials. They take copper, steel, aluminum, all these materials. They take a lot of energy to make. And they have to be run with energy. But a cat, they make themselves. Cat gets pregnant, has kittens. The kittens get away from their mother. You grab the kitten, you become its friend, and you just have to feed the kitten for the rest of its life. The energy that it takes to support your cat is less than the energy it would take to run a robot. And you never know what the cat's going to do. It would be impossible with today's technology to build a robot that is self-contained. You would have to use a networked machine to do all the unpredictable, silly things that a real animal would do. And also, the real animals are kind of cute. You know, no one's going to cuddle up to a robot, but you can definitely cuddle up to your little kitty or doggy. You're a sweetie. Oh, you're so cute. What a lovable thing. So, yeah, that's really good. But anyway, let's hit the comments here. Bride's Biscuit. Every society since creation that I've studied was built on wealth extraction. We perfected that model here. Yes, wealth extraction is the key. The people that are wealthy don't create the wealth. They simply extract it. And once you understand that, that's their biggest threat. That's the reason why people like us are public enemy number one. As long as we stay small and unknown, they don't care that we exist. But anyone that becomes prominent is going to be a target, and they're going to be taken down. That's the way it works. Therein lies the truth. Yes, that is true. Does Milton like eggs? Oh, he loves eggs. And I give him eggs on a regular basis. He had one this morning. Milton will eat raw eggs. Milton will eat cooked eggs. Milton definitely likes eggs. They invariably never got rich using their program, but would enrich themselves further by selling it to you. Yes. Cats will wake me up. Do you shut Milton out of your bedroom when you go to sleep? No. My bedroom door is actually, I used a very primitive door closer. I don't run the air conditioner in the house at night. I only run it in the bedroom. So what I do, I have the door where it doesn't close all the way. It closes about halfway. And I have a string attached to the door on the wall, and it has a roll of duct tape hanging off of it. When the door is opened, it will close on its own. That way the air conditioning doesn't leave the room. And because the door is open a little bit, Milton can take his paw and open it. Milton is free to go in and out of the bedroom as often as he wants, and he does that. He usually sleeps towards my feet and sleeps pretty awesomely. And he's a good kitty. He really is. He never wakes me up. Now, after I begin to wake up between 6 and 6:30, he will then start to meow, and he'll try to bite me to wake me up. So, but he's good about not disturbing me all night, and I do let him have free range in my room. If he does become a nuisance, I will shut the door so he can't get in. Now Milton is blocking my screen. What? What? Milton, I gave you a lot of meat. Did you eat all that already? What? What is it, Milton? You are so cute. You are active today. This has turned into the Milton show. You're a cutie, yes. Look at that cute face. Aw. Anyway, was that your cat in the photo at the intro? Well, no, it might have been my other cat when I was a kid. His name was Harry. He looked just like Milton. What do you know about Nikola Tesla regarding free energy? Well, what I know, according to the second law of thermodynamics, entropy increases constantly. There is no free energy from this space. However, there is energy coming in from space. So it is possible that the Tesla theory, the idea of turning the whole Earth into resonance, is possible. The system would never allow it because now they have full control of the airwaves and the governments are very much in control. But it is possible that some of the energy traveling around the cosmos could be captured. At the very least, we can capture solar energy and use that. So that's actually pretty nice. And that's a good thing. But in terms of what we have here on the Earth, there is no free energy. However, in terms of the universe, if the Earth is a closed system, that's one thing. But the Earth is not a closed system. the fact that the Earth rotates, the fact that we get solar energy, the fact that there's cosmic radiation. It is possible that there is a way, and if there is a way to do it, you can be sure the establishment will not allow it because they want to have a meter so they can extract. Remember, as mentioned before, their wealth comes from extraction. That's the only way they can be rich. And the sad thing is, if all of us were rich, if every one of us had fantastic living, we were healthy, we had good families, everybody was rich, that would mean that there would be no elites. And the elites are very sick, narcissistic, parasitic people. They cannot live. Even if they had everything they needed, they would still not be happy. They are mentally diseased. And unless they can get some treatment for it, they need to be isolated in such a way that they will self-destruct. That is the only way that things can improve. But as the Bible itself says, it does not belong to man to rule himself, to direct his step. Can't do that. So whenever people try to set up a system, there's always going to be the individuals that try to take advantage of it. The only hope that we have is to be able to recognize it, expose it, and educate others. That would be the only way of limiting their influence. But that's okay. It'll never happen. Remember, to the chat, you get Rick Wisdom Nuggets on live streams. But if you want a full meal of Rickisms, check out the interview we did. It was so interesting. Yes, it wasn't that long ago. Go to her channel and see. What is he looking at? Milton was probably looking at the camera. He likes to do that. I see you, Milton. Well, I got a cat I want to leash train. I used to walk my first cat on a leash, and I know I could do that with Milton. The problem is, if Milton gets scared, he would probably pull me home like my first cat did. Or train a kitten. You can't really train cats that well. I mean, you can, but you have to use rewards. A cat is not an animal that you can force to do anything. It is an animal that responds to rewards. Right, Milton? Oh, you're beautiful. Look at that cute face. Oh, my goodness. I'm not quite sure why cats are so cute. There's something about them that's just amazing, in my opinion. It's on your channel too. Yes, I did link to the interview as well. And again, if you haven't seen it, it is there. And all you got to do, if you're confused as to where the interview is, just pop on over to my YouTube channel. Let's see here. All right. Let me go over here to Charger Mopar's World. And as you know, a few months ago, I changed the name of my channel because this is not a carnivore channel. This is a channel for many things. And you can simply go to the live tab and you'll see that I am always around. All right. You'll find me everywhere. Okay, where is it? It's here somewhere. Okay. It should be on my channel. Did I lose it? Maybe I did. All right. Okay. It's here somewhere. Okay. It's got to be here. Charger Mopar's World is live. Okay. Okay, there's Jonathan. Where'd it go? Interesting. All right. Maybe it's on videos. YouTube does some weird things. Or maybe it isn't there. Maybe YouTube took it out. I don't know. Oh, well. I'll have to do a little searching. I'm sure you'll find it. But you can definitely find it on her channel. Plus, she's made some shorts out of it as well. Anyway, let me go back over here. Okay. Whoop. What did I do here? There we go. All right. Let's see. It wasn't live. You're in the live tab. Okay. Go to your homepage and look under collaborations. There we go. That's where it is. Louder, Liz. All right. Let me do that again, and we will see. Okay. So, where is collaborations? All right. Huh. Okay. Videos, shorts, live. Whoop. Playlist. Okay. All right. Huh. I don't see a tab for collaborations. But then again, YouTube is really strange. Oh, well. Huh. Okay. Oh, well. Okay. North Dakota Carnivore, he's got his going on right now. I think that's from 11 to 12. Anyway, I don't know where that went, but it doesn't matter. You can always go to the Black Box Warning channel, and you will find the interview right there. Easy to find, unlike my channel where it seems to be sort of hidden. So that's not a big deal. And again, as you can see, we're a little bit primitive here. So, all right. Of Carnivore. I saw that interview today. Learned so much about Rick and also subscribed to the awesome interviewer. That was an excellent choice, and I'm glad that you did that. It is under home. Okay. We will try one more time. So we go to my channel. Okay. And you click home. Oh, there we go. All right, there we are. So there it is. Something I didn't even know. Oh, Miami engineer, the Suburban Ghost. There we go. Yep, that's it. Good old Rick Rodriguez, the quack himself. Excellent. So, yeah, I got to check out my own homepage once in a while. Okay. And there's a short, his plan backfired. Yes. Well, you can't say that for sure because I still believe the heart attack is coming. I will be having that heart attack. Whether or not it'll be today, tomorrow, next week, next year, next decade, next century, I don't know. The heart attack is coming. I can guarantee that. Hi, Rick. Milton, Miss Kitty, and Quacks. Listen and helping a neighbor. Well, Jamette, I'm glad that you are listening. Glad you are such a great neighbor. Well, there you are. I go to your homepage and found it at the very bottom. Well, that's good. And that's where it is. And we have a hello to Sweetie. There we are. All right. So, yeah, there's always something to find out when it comes to YouTube. Half the time, I don't know what's going on. And I have to admit, a lot of times I get busy with work and other distractions. And I don't know. Hard to say. Okay. Let's see. Looks like Butter Bob uploaded a video. All right. Huh. Okay. I see Liz uploaded Carnivore at McDonald's. The good, bad, and the soy. Well, there we go. We want to avoid soy, that's for sure. So, soy is not something we want to be eating. All right, let me go back over here to... Well, good morning from Grandma's Crochet Corner. Well, good morning, Barbara. I'm glad that you are here. I'm sorry I didn't see the notification that you were having a live at 7 on Friday night. Your lives are normally after 9, and by that time, I'm cleaning up, I'm winding down, I'm in bed by 10:30, so it's rare that I get the chance to go in. Plus, the computer in my bedroom has been flaky. Now, I do have another one that I was given by my friend Chuck, but the problem is I ordered the little display port to HDMI adapters, and they didn't come yet, so I'm still using the old laptop, which is kind of flaky, but one of these days I'll do that. Watch, you'll be saying, it's a big one when you're 130 years old. Oh, it's a big one. I don't think I'll live more than 95. My grandfather lived to 94. I may make it to 95. Who knows? I don't care, because when I'm dead, it won't matter. Once I've kicked the bucket, the world was here before I was born. The world will be here after I'm gone. And whatever happens after that is in God's hands, not mine. And there's nothing I can do about it. And the only thing I'm going to do by worrying about it is end up there faster. So we're going to take the advice of some of our great carnivore and keto influencers, and we're going to leave the worry to somebody else. But yeah. But the big one will be coming. It's only a matter of time. Elderly and her dog is old and sick. Huh. That's interesting.
Call from 17159.
Hello? Hello?
Must be a mismatch in the phone system. I'm going to have to, if somebody was calling in, they may have to call in again. I think there's some kind of issue with the phone system. All right, here we go. Okay. Yes. Liz, there we go. And hello to Jamette and Grandma. Grandma, hi. There we are. Hi, Barb. Yes. Cindy Bly, did you say you had won a 30-day membership with Carrie's group? Yes, I believe she did. I saw that. Thought that was kind of interesting. Carrie's pay-to-play group seems to be popular, so I hope you enjoy your 30-day membership and see if there's anything good happening there. As for me, I avoid the pay-to-play groups. They're not my style. If you have to pay for admission, it's not your group. That's what I say. There's a difference between having a social gathering and having one-on-one service. If you're, like for example, you call me up to get your plumbing fixed, that's going to cost you. I got to spend my time doing it. But if you want to call me up and talk, why not? I'm not going to charge you to talk to you. I don't even charge people for advice. Let me try this again.
Hello?
Hey, Rick, it's me, Jerry. How are you?
Good. So you were calling in.
Yes, sir. I have got a proposal to want to discuss with you because you have been very generous in forwarding people to my channel to be able to watch on Saturdays. I would like to ask if you are okay with this. Can we do a contest on your channel right now for people to subscribe to me? When they subscribe to me, I see they're subscribing, and then we can do some form of a code word. Do you have a wheel, Rick, on your channel?
No, I do not.
Okay. Because on my end, I can do, but we're not doing a simulcast together.
Mm-hmm.
And then on my end, if we would do, for example, the code word code, C-O-D-E, as in the cholesterol code, they will win their own ability to do the Amazon, watch the cholesterol code in the privacy of their own home, and own the movie if you're okay with it.
Yeah, sure. Why not? Of Or we can, you have your live at 1. Hopefully I'll be here. I can join in. I may have to work, but yeah,
Well, I wanted to open it up with your channel first and doing it that way because I'll be doing it on my channel. I'm doing it on random channels. I asked Barbara yesterday, because I know she hopped on now on your channel. I said, would you like to do this? And she said, sure. So we're doing it tonight.
Excellent.
I have 7 the cholesterol code movies to give away this entire weekend. So shall we commence?
Okay. Let me know what we need to do.
Okay, everybody would probably need to, if they want to be enrolled in the contest to win today on Rick's show, enter the word, no hashtag, just code, after you go to my channel and subscribe to me. Don't be a member. Don't pay to subscribe. None of that shenanigans. Just subscribe. Enter code in Rick's live chat, and I'll pick a winner.
Well, I figure everybody's already subscribed to your channel for mine.
Oh, no, not at all.
Okay. Well, you've heard the instructions. If you wish to participate, go ahead and enter the word code and make sure that you are subscribed. If you don't know the name of her channel, you can definitely, I can put it in here, code already a member, see? So it's Middle of the Forest is the name of the channel, and I can put a link to it in my chat, so we can make it easy. Let's see if I
Hey,
can.
that sounds marvelous. And then what I'm going to do is go downstairs and watch the chat as we go on, continue on, if it's okay with you, if you want to talk to me.
That's fine. That's always okay with me. I'm all about meeting
And
people.
that way I can announce the winner right away. How long do you want to do this for, Rick? It's your call. This is your show.
That's fine. Doesn't matter to me. You're just helping me out to get more interest in my show. So it's up to you. Remember, the viewer, are the ones that control the show. That's why it lasts so long.
Excellent. Well, this morning in my household, my husband had to go down to southeastern Wisconsin to get car parts for one of the Lincolns in the garage.
Mm-hmm.
And he was supposed to go yesterday. However, with the tornadic weather we've been having, he didn't go. It just wasn't safe. So that's where he headed this morning.
Mm-hmm.
So I said, this is great. I'm going to call Rick. I'm going to do contests. I already went to deliver. I'm doing this with one of my clients, and I don't know if you know this. My clients are local because that's what I prefer.
That's good.
I have an old cell phone like you, in which I have the Audible books on there, and in their homework, I will tell them to, and I just started this with this new client, I will tell them, here, go on to Audible, listen to this book, let me know what you think, what your opinions are. It's a self-learning, if you will. They don't spend any money getting the Audible app. I mean, for spending money, they're obviously paying for coaching for me, but it's way different than what Amy does, for example, on her channel.
Mm-hmm.
I call it belly-to-belly coaching, face-to-face, similar to real estate. I like to see people. Now, I see you on your channel right now.
Mm-hmm.
People will see me at 12 noon on my channel.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a different means, I believe, of coaching.
Right.
That I can really relate to. I can relate to seeing people, talking to people. I don't do a lot of people for coaching, though.
Well, the thing is, coaching, counseling, advice, whatever you want to call it, it's all basically the same thing. It's just a legal definition, because if you call yourself a counselor, now you get the government, so you can't do this. And, if you want to be whatever. But they just call it coach because it's the same thing. You're basically trying to impart information or try to get somebody where they feel more confident or they don't feel like they're all by themselves. And especially in the world that we live in today, people do tend to be isolated by design because of the way the system works. They tell you, well, if you're not doing it, you need to work harder or you need to grow a pair and do this and that. And people just get desperate. And a lot of people, they're not self-directed, so they need that guidance. Otherwise, they're going to end up just sort of going the wrong way. So it would be almost like the shepherd with the sheep. Sometimes the shepherd may have to direct one way or the other, and sometimes they may have to use the rod, if you know what I mean.
Right.
And I think, but what really bothers me is when people make promises that they know that are not true. Well, if you pay me, I can make you have a beach body in 3 weeks. Like, come on, people, you know. But they believe it because they don't understand. Or I'm going to help you with all your problems. And that's not true either because there's just too many problems. Even the so-called professionals, they don't do a good job. I mean, look at all the people that go to the psychologist and the doctor and the marriage counselor and all that, and they still don't solve their problems.
True.
So
And
being...
people spend fortunes, Rick, when they go and see anybody, and they're thinking with the intent, they will change my life, when in reality, you have to change your own life. I had to step away from the sweets, the baking of the sweets, the eating, because for me, just using one example, the one bite of a cream cake that I made led to a piece to half a cake, and before you know it, it was all gone in a weekend.
Ugh. I can't imagine anybody eating the duck food, but I know you like it, and a lot of people do like it. So.
And nowadays, Rick, I'll go past a bakery, the aisle, because that's in the perimeter of the grocery store, and it just gags me knowing all of the seed oil shenanigans in there. It's to me, it's vile. It turns my stomach.
Well, that's it. And the thing is, for somebody that suffers from that kind of addiction, if they were to ask me for advice, they would get a lot of useless advice because I don't understand it. There's just no way that I could counsel anybody how to avoid it. But you've been down that road. You know exactly what the problem is. That's like my friend 2 days ago, his Bobcat was broken, and I told him what to do. You need to check this, and you need to check that. And we went down the list, and we fixed it. And I told him, I said, that's great, but if you were driving, let's say, a Ferrari or a Lamborghini, and you asked me for advice, my advice would be useless because I'd tell you, get rid of the stupid thing. I don't know anything about it. You got to find the right person that has the right experience if you want to be able to identify and solve problems.
Correct. Absolutely. They have to be a good fit with you. And the people that I've been dealing with look like me, meaning gray-haired, older individuals. The kid at work that I tried to coach and to counsel, he can't get it through his thick skull, the things that other people are telling him. So politely, I would have respectfully said, here you go. Here's an Amazon card. Look up the code, the cholesterol code movie. Buy it. Watch it this weekend. But he's about himself.
Mm-hmm.
He's not into helping other people.
Mm-hmm.
And his doctor is leading him in a way of his heart issue. And this is right up his alley. I don't dare ever poo-poo a physician. No, what my clients and they deal with in their medical history is paramount in conjunction with their doctor. All I do is tell them, read a label, eat a proper human diet. If it comes in a box, maybe you need to think twice. You are in charge, client, not me.
Mm-hmm. Well, the other thing, too, you said that somebody young has heart disease? That's even possible?
Yes, he has AFib, and he's all of 24 years old. At work, the ambulance had to get called on him once, and then the second time, he just went home of his own volition, of course.
Is he overweight?
Not really. I'll see that his legs are holding water, that he has something going on. I don't diagnose anybody. It's just what I can visually ascertain. Not at all overweight. But he's not as skinny and trim and fit as you, but he's 24. If I'd have to guess, and I weigh 202, if I'd have to guess, he's probably $1.25 or 225.
Okay. Huh. I never even knew it was possible for younger people to have heart issues. I thought that was an after 40 thing.
Well, without giving away the secrets, because I have seen the movie now twice, and I don't want to give any spoilers away, people will be very surprised. The movie is so good. And if I may please quickly interject, people are assuming that just because they're channel members that they're going to be entered into this contest. The only person I have entered right now at this moment is Sandy Blythe. She's the only person that put down the word code. Everybody thinks it's new members. Oh, no. You must be a member on my channel. That's a prerequisite, must. Today, on Rick's channel only, you must enter the word code to win the movie. So start coding, everybody. Go to my channel, subscribe.
There you go. Well, that's it.
Sandy's the only one that wrote the word code. She understood the assignment.
Mm-hmm. That's right. I had to wait till Milton moved away from the keyboard before I could write it. Otherwise, I may have a paw-covered hand, if you know what I mean. Milton has actually left the room.
Well, now I have a German Shepherd here begging me like Milton for food. I just fed them before I popped out. And she's saying, Mama, food. I'm making my traditional 4 pounds of bacon right now in the dehydrator. I'm sure she wants some, Rick.
I bet. See, the thing is, animals, I always tell people, the real carnivores don't eat one meal a day. There's this myth that they're going to eat one meal a day in nature. That's not how they work. They eat what they can get it. When the food is there, they eat it until they're full. And then a few hours later, they may want more. Animals are greedy by nature. We all are. We want to survive. We're not trying to get an ideal body or some kind of autophagy or whatever crap they tell us about. We eat when the food is there. That's the way it is. And our animals are a great indication of that.
Right. I buy this kibble for the dogs, and all it really is crunchy food, maybe 2 ounces that go in their bowl with meat.
Mm-hmm.
They're not, I call these dogs condo dogs because they're really not too much into the raw beef.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe blue rare, Rick. They'll do a kiltsy steak.
My cat Milton loves raw meat. In fact, there is a bowl of kibble next to Milton. It's been there for 2 weeks. He will not touch it. Even if he's desperately hungry, he will not touch it. He is so spoiled, and he only wants meat. He'll eat cooked meat, but he prefers raw meat. He's a little menace.
Yeah.
And he is active. This cat is so fast, and he can climb. There's a wooden door frame. He climbs to the top of it, and he just runs, jumps over everything. He's an amazing cat. And he does sleep, but he only naps maybe 25% of the day. The rest of the time, he's out and about. He's always moving around. It's a lot like me.
I love it when the animals show up in the videos. Oh, speaking of that, did you hear Barbara's new song about Amy and the tornado?
No, I haven't.
If you want to, I don't know if you can play it. I don't know if Barbara will allow it. Barbara's very good about allowing people and the whole community fellowship.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to play it right now on your live? It's really good. It's funny.
I could. It's just a matter of switching over and locating it. And I know her channel's in my list, so we'll just pop this up. Where in the world did I put this? Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
It's on Barbara's channel.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the last song she just dropped within this past hour.
Okay.
Before I came on your show, I just opened it up to get your show. I was out with the Audible to the neighbor.
And then, small town night just outside Chicago. Rain hitting hard on the window. Dreaming deep, snug in my bed when that siren screamed in my head. Thunder cracking, sky turned green. You know exactly what that means. No time to think, no time to pray. Just grab the cats and run, okay? One under the bed, one on the chair. One just vanished, was she even there? And number 4 with murder eyes, plotting my early demise. 4 cats and a tornado siren. Me half asleep, adrenaline firing. Scratching, yelling for everywhere. One in my hoodie, one in my hair. Down the stairs like the one-woman show. In the middle of a Midwest flow. If we survive, I swear I'm done. Nope, still love 'em, everyone. Basement door slam, heart racing fast. Pretty sure this might be my last. Flashlight flickers, storm goes wild. Meanwhile, I'm wrestling a feral child. Carrier hot, that plan's a joke. One cat bit me, I almost croaked. Another launched like a ninja star. I don't even know where 2 of them are. Roll call time in the danger zone. Okay, that's 3.
Where's the other one?
From out the shadows, glowing eyes, judging me for my life choices. 4 cats in a tornado siren. Chaos louder than the wind's violins. Blanket fort in the basement floor. Meow symphony, fear galore. Holding on through the howling night, trying to keep everybody inside. If we make it through this alive, I'm buying treats in bulk next time. Siren fades, storm rolls on. Heartbeat slows with the break of dawn. 4 little faces staring at me like I caused the emergency. Did 4 cats and a tornado siren. Me versus nature, barely surviving. Would I do it all again? Oh yeah, even if they try to end me, I swear.
Okay.
Wasn't that funny? I just had cracked up watching, and I can envision Barbara's song all happening, all going down.
Well, you know, it's ironic. I named my cat after a hurricane. So maybe one day there'll be a big hurricane here, and Milton will be doing his thing, and Miss Kitty, and who knows what else. You know, after the storm, there may be even more cats. Cats just seem to multiply. They're everywhere.
Oh, my goodness. So funny. I really love our community. I had said on, and people that understand me understand I do random lives, just whatever's off the top of my head.
Mm-hmm.
A live could be an event of the day, just could be driving home, whatever it is. And my thought process is so random, I can't be pigeonholed really into carnivore. I can't be pigeonholed into crocheting like Barbara because I don't do it.
Mm-hmm.
So the algorithm just hasn't caught on yet with me.
Mm-hmm. I'm sure I'm in the same situation. There's nothing that I really fit into. I mean, I am a carnivore, but I'm not really the carnivore. No one's going to watch me to be inspired to be on the carnivore diet. They may learn more about cooking duck than anything else. An iguana.
Right. Yes. The YouTube gods, I noticed that Liz was saying, too, that she had subscribed to my channel, and she went to go check, and she wasn't. So the YouTube gods randomly decide to pull people.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to
Seems like
take
it.
you off of Rick's channel, and we'll take you off of this channel. And as well-loved in the community as Amy is, I'm shocked that she only has as little subscribers as she has. She's lovely. She's darling. So creative.
Right. That's true of a lot of them. There's several channels. Even my channel really hasn't caught on. After 18 years, I got about 4,000, but that's nothing in the YouTube world.
Right. After 18 years, no doubt.
Although I did take 10 years off. But Butter Bob took 10 years off, and his subscriber went up.
Yes. And there's some people that have the warning, maybe it's a code or a matter of ethics at the start of their channel. For example, it'll say, be civil and respectful, rule number 1.
Mm-hmm.
Rule number 2, do not spam or self-promote. Well, your channel allows spamming and self-promoting. We are all civil, well, at least we try to be. When it comes to your channel, I don't think twice about not putting things that are polite on a comment.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe if, like, Spanky's on, he may initiate a humor and start the roll, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And then we just talk sassy because, well, we understand each other. But that man, I didn't even want to even call him a man, Rick. That person that has gone into people's chats, don't know his name, don't want to know him.
Mm-hmm.
He's just rude to people, disrespectful. In general, I think hurt people is the expression.
That's right. I'm not sure what the motivation is, but I don't care because I've dealt with all that all my life. And, you know, when you've done this as long as I have, people tell you you're going to have a heart attack and it's going to do this and that. And you go on and on and on. You hear the threats. It never happens. It just turns into a joke. It's like, okay, fine. Go ahead and say whatever you want. I know too many people that have worked really hard to try to live healthier and longer, and they're pretty much all sick or gone. So I really don't see it.
Right, and I can imagine when you go to, you were talking about the high school reunion or running into people that are your peers, how different you look in comparison to the feebleness of people that are doing the standard American typical diet.
Mm-hmm. That's the strange thing because you have to remember when I was in high school, I was sort of the skinny one, junior high especially. I was the one that was small, picked on, and I was the inadequate one. But now it's the opposite. I'm still skinny. I still look about the same as I did back then, but now they have degraded to the point where they're no longer, they can't promote themselves as being better than me. They're like their parents. It's like, I don't know how to describe it. It's almost like the Twilight Zone. I feel like somehow I've been able to make it to this point without having any major problems. Everyone else, they talk about their medications, their blood pressure, their heart issues and joint pains and pancreatitis. I mean, I can give you a list of all the problems they've had over the years, and I've escaped all of them. And they can make fun of me if they want. I don't think they will. Even if I see it, if you see the bullies, I'm sure any of the bullies that were still, from the old days, they may look totally sad and may actually feel sorry for them now. It's just funny how that works out. One of the kids that was real popular, she's dead. So it's like, over the decades, things have a way of sort of smoothing themselves out.
Mm-hmm. get newsletters dropped every quarter sent to my house, and it will say on the newsletter about overall what had happened at my high school. It was called St. Joan Antietam in Milwaukee. And it'll say class of so-and-so has lost Mary Lou, and class of so-and-so lost Jane Kowalski. And then you recall back, like you said, the popular ones, these girls that would have been fit have died. I'm 65, not feeling that number, Rick.
Right.
And it saddens me to hear these statistics about the vibrant ladies, girls they used to be. And then I rarely see people because I live in northwestern Wisconsin. But when I catch up on the newsletter, it just breaks my heart that people have succumbed to just listening to the television and watching the box of the dancing fat people enjoying their GLP-1 shots. Are you kidding me?
The really scary part is when you look at the pictures. This is, I've had pictures sent to me of people from high school, and I have a very hard time recognizing who they are. Once I know who they are, I can kind of put the pieces together. But then you put like a list of high school kids with their pictures from high school and now, and then you look at mine. It's like, I got that one immediately. I know exactly who that is. But some of them, they're just so drastically different. It's hard to imagine. You can tell that I'm older. I'm not the same as when I was high school, but still, I think it's like it's not that drastic of a difference. Maybe it's because I got a full head of hair. Maybe it's because my skin isn't that bad, and I've never smoked or drank or did any of those things. I do spend a lot of time outside, so the sun should have destroyed my skin, but it hasn't. But it's weird, and the more attractive they were when they were younger, the worse they look when they're older. It seems like the people that were average attractiveness, they haven't changed that much. I see Juliet had a question for you. Do you have to be on live to win? I'll be at wedding number 2 for the weekend.
Well, that I left up to you, Rick. When I called you initially, I asked you, how long do you want me to go before I draw? Now, respectfully, I will tell you, Liz Blackbox, you, Juliet, Sandy Blythe, and Lambs are the only people that entered this contest, but there are right now 38 people in the chat. So I don't know if that means people don't want to subscribe to me or they don't want a chance to win the contest. I don't know.
Well, whatever it is, that's your choice, and you don't have to be a new subscriber. I think you can be an existing subscriber. Just have to put the word in there. Right. Just make sure you are subscribed. That's the key.
Absolutely. There you go.
Liz says
that's the ticket.
That song needs a music video to go with it. That's pretty funny, with the tornado and the cats.
John, have you ever seen John Together Strong's video? He has the songs and the movies that go along with Rick.
I've seen a couple, but haven't watched it lately. I have to look again.
Yeah, he does things like that, too, with AI. Very good, but it's my understanding it's very expensive to do a video in conjunction with the music.
Right.
Rick, can you give us some insight as to your knowledge of AI whoopee goats? Our lovely friend Erin was talking about her daughter saying, Mom, every time you use AI, it takes a certain amount of water. Can you clue us in and give us the truth, Rick?
Well, it all depends on the processing power that's used. The problem with artificial intelligence is that a lot of it, they're using these language learning models where they're trying to sort of mix randomized with patterns. There's no such thing as artificial intelligence. There's no such thing as machine-generated intelligence. Intelligence is exclusive to humans, animals. A digital computer cannot make random decisions. in any predictable pattern that would be considered intelligence. That's physically impossible, mathematically impossible. You can't do it. So what they have to do, they have to simulate intelligence the same way that the digital world simulates the analog world. You think about digital music. Digital music is nothing but quantified analog. You basically have an XY coordinate. You're going to have a voltage versus time, and then each one is going to be assigned a binary number. Because you're using a digital system, which works on binary, which is only ons and offs, you have to try to quantify or quantize that characteristic. So it requires a lot of back and forth processing. Everything that you do in a digital computer has an instruction. The machine language, the assembly code, a plus and minus, and all these different things. So this code has to be run concurrently on many different systems. One processor cannot simulate intelligence. It can only repeat a process, run instructions. So you have to run multiple processors. And in the world of physics, which is what electricity is, you're going to have to deal with things like friction, and you have to deal with capacitance and inductance and all these things, the magnetic fields that are generated by the particles, the heat that's generated by the particles. This slows down the process. And what will happen, you can go into thermal runaway. So something simple like a calculator, for example, you don't have to worry about that. You run a straight line process through a microprocessor, through the memory. You have your input and output, your accumulator, your display. It all happens like that because you're just going by pattern. 1 plus 1 is 2. 2 plus 2 is whatever. But when you run like a world where you're trying to make a video, you're trying to make music and all that, well, music is easier because it's a two-dimensional thing. All music can be reduced down to a set of XY coordinates. We have a device called an oscilloscope, which I need to demonstrate on a video. It plots voltage versus time. You can quantify the music as varying voltages. That's why we were able to make, for example, sound waves can do the same thing. Edison marketed a phonograph that used a cylinder. It had nothing but a little diaphragm that you yell into, and it vibrates. It creates the vibrations to repeat the process. So for digital music, all we have to do, we have MIDI instruments that can have different frequencies with different instruments. We can put all those things in there. We can mix them up, and then all we have to do, the only thing that we have to do to make music is to find defined patterns. That's the difference between an orchestra tuning up and an actual performance. It can do it very well. At this moment, all music could be replaced with artificial intelligence, and it would be indistinguishable from the music that people produce that is modified digitally. So that's a good thing. But in the video world, now you're dealing, it's still a two-dimensional space, but you have to deal with quantities such as color. You have to deal with shades of colors. You have to deal with movement. So to be able to do things like that requires a lot more processes. So you may have a few processors dedicated just for the audio, but then you're going to have additional processing to try to relate how the video, how the actual moving images work with it. And remember, this, when you're looking at a video space, like right now you're looking at the monitor, it's an XY coordinate. So you're going to have the sort of two-dimensional space. But the motion, this is the problem. In order to get the motion, a still image, like if I sit still, is very easy. You can divide it up like a screen, just like a window screen, with a pixel. Each little color can be in its place. Each part of that pixel is defined by a binary number. It could be whatever amount of bits. Remember, the amount of bits is how many binary places you have. 4-bit would be like 4 ones or zeros. So all zeros is like decimal 0. All ones, that's like decimal 15. And it doubles every time. You start off with the ones column, 2s, 4, 6, 8, 16, 32, whatever. That's how binary works. So to make that happen, you have to run all these processors, these microprocessors, along with the memory, along with the accumulator register, whatever's feeding it, and then you have to output that. And then that information has to be compared to some kind of standard, which is running on other microprocessors. So in other words, if I wanted to make an AI video, I would probably have 1,000 or more processors running for that period of time to make that video. And, I mean, you could do it on a regular PC, but it would take so much longer. It could take years to make one video using a standard PC with a multi-core processor. But the problem is, in order to run all that AI, remember, the more electronics you pack in one place, the more heat is generated. The theoretical efficiency of any electrical device is about 90% maximum. That's all you can get. And most of the time, it may be somewhere like 70-something percent, 80-something percent. 85% is typical for many electronic devices like computers and cell phones. You know from experience, whether you charge your cell phone or whether you use your cell phone, it's going to warm up because, again, the friction, the magnetic fields, and everything taking place in that small device, they tend to be concentrated. So it gets really hot, and that heat has to go somewhere. Electrons, when they get hot, they're much easier to move, and they're more likely to jump through places they shouldn't go. All electronic devices are known as semiconductors. Semiconductors basically are between resistors and conductors. A resistor opposes electrons, but a conductor allows electrons to go through freely. And the semiconductor changes the direction. A simple semiconductor is a diode. A diode is a p-n junction where you have electrons and you have a space in between, and the electrons have to be pushed across that space. It's like if you had a hill and you were rolling something. You can roll it down over the bump, but to try to go back over the bump, you can't do it. So that's how it works. Transistors are nothing but electron-controlled diodes. And all that's taking place inside of a little bitty chip, a little bitty wafer of silicon, which may have germanium or other metals on it to act as a doping to create those junctions. And when that electrons start moving uncontrollably when they're hot, think of like boiling water. It can overflow and self-destruct. So you have to keep them cool. They have to be within a certain temperature range. Too cold, they don't work. Too cold, the electrons barely move. But too hot, and they go into thermal runaway. So the easiest way to cool this is by using water, which is a very common material that's available. And sadly, the water has to be circulated through the system. When the water gets too hot, it evaporates. And that's where most of the water goes. If you build an AI data center, and you're going to cool it with water, if you cool it to the point where you can get the maximum efficiency, water's going to evaporate. If you use a lot of flow, you can simply have the water going in and coming out, and it's just going to get warmer, but then that takes even more energy to move that water faster. So what you end up doing, you end up moving the water at a slower rate, and then a lot of it is lost to evaporation. Plus, if you have an air-cooled data center, you still have to have an air conditioning system on the outside. And the most common way of air conditioning buildings of that size is what's known as a water tower, which is basically sort of a circular-shaped, sometimes they're square, but they're usually circular. It has a fan on it, and it sprays water into the coils that are used to condense the refrigerant. And in the process, you lose probably 20-30% of the water. That's really what the problem is. And the other thing is, it takes a lot of energy to run the data center. It takes a lot more energy, believe it or not, to do tasks that a human can do when you use a robot or you use an AI system. So we are the most efficient at performing human-centered tasks when it comes to creating, if you want to paint something, a lot of things. Humans can do it a lot better. Driving, operating machinery. We can do this under varied circumstances. Now, in a factory setting where everything is within set limits, the computer is much more efficient. So if you wanted to build a factory that manufactured, let's say 3D printing, or let's say CNC machining, the computer can do it much faster with less energy than we could. But it's all about balance. You have to recognize where the human can excel and where the machine can excel. And when it comes down to it, there's a lot of energy involved, there's a lot of water involved in cooling, and a lot of resources that it takes to build the AI systems, which, by the way, don't last forever. They wear out, and they have to be replaced. So this is like the financier's dream. AI will make them richer than anything because they have to constantly go into debt to buy the equipment, to go out there and make the money, pay the debt back. So this is like their ultimate dream. If they can make everything AI, the parasite class will be just absolutely in heaven.
Yes, our company, we make couplers, and we have signed on to do the contract for the Alphabet company, Google, with specificity. And we are anticipating making so much money that our supervisors are losing their minds with what we're doing. We're taking our factory currently, and we're completely re-Tetrising, Tetris like the game, our floor plan that, quite frankly, it could be a safety issue if there'd be a tornado or a fire tomorrow. But our CNC machine that you just brought up not that long ago, if Mother Nature, human designs the CNC machines and our guys program it, the operators, the machinists, we have a tornado or we lose power, that makes hundreds of pounds of scrap. They have to be retooled again, throw all the tools away, start all over again. But are we going to have another power shutdown in another hour? They do it vicious cycle constantly in our plants.
Well, that's the thing. And it's same thing with 3D printing. Whenever you are manufacturing, whether it's by additive or subtractive means, if the power goes down and the program has to reset, it's not able to pick up where it started. It can't just pick back up where it left off. You have to start all over. That's one of the things that people don't really understand. But it's a price they're willing to pay because it's a lot cheaper. To be able to design something using CNC is so much cheaper than having to hire machinists and having them do it custom made. Now, on the other hand, a machinist, if the power went off and they turned the power back on, they would simply be able to get the lathe, recalibrate it, and pick up where they left off. That would be, a difference. But again, if you have constant power, and this is why I think as AI becomes more and more popular, what's going to happen, this is my prediction. Same thing with the Internet. A lot of these AI data centers, they're going to fail. There's a lot of debt behind them. They won't be able to make enough money. They're going to go out of business, and then private equity or whatever is going to come in there, buy this stuff dirt cheap, and they're going to do the same thing that Google did. They'll consolidate, and then eventually they'll restart when they're not in a hurry, because every time the Fed pumps out that cheap money, everybody's looking for yield. You can't get any money off your treasury bills, so you're looking for something to invest in, try to make money. So they've all hit the AI space. It's like that stupid NFT craze that came and went. I know people that lost money on that. So how stupid are you to waste your money on that? And the AI thing, it'll be the same thing. AI will burn out, people will get upset, and they'll give up. And then a handful of people will go in there and say, you know what, I'm going to buy this stuff on the cheap. And they're going to restart it, and they're going to find a way to market AI that makes sense. And they'll make a fortune. It's only a matter of time. It's like anything else. You have to let all the people get in there, go crazy, hype it up, and then lose interest, move on, and then the real people come in there and they turn it into a profitable business. That's kind of what happened with Amazon.
Right. And if I would put this into a live perspective, the Discovery Channel, for example, or A&E, any of those learning channels, I am very surprised. It's just being a friend of yours, just a fellow American on this planet of YouTube, that somebody has not signed you to go on a reality show, just living your plain, simple life that you live, but have grasped onto the fact that you are so intensely smart in so many ways. Just your explanation right now of the AI, it's an in-depth discussion to have. However, you break it down to make me go, I get it. I really get it.
Well, that's good to know. I taught at the college for years. I taught for 13 years, and I was the one that was the most popular when it came to taking electronics technology courses, because I could explain it in a way that most people could understand. My students had the highest grades. I even had another professor, didn't like me too much, thought I was giving him the answers, but he found out it was just the opposite. My students were much more empowered than his when they moved on to the next level. And the digital class that my friend was teaching. He says, I always like it when I get students from your class because my job is so much easier. I don't have to go over anything. They already know it because I explain things in a way that you can relate to. It's like I said, I have people call me. I have people that used to live here. I used to do all the work for them, and now they moved. They have to fix their equipment. When the equipment breaks, the first thing they do is call me, Rick, what should I check? And I give them a list of things to check. And so far, I've been able to find the problem every time. So it's just all in a mindset. If you are a person that relies on others all the time, you're going to be helpless, and your mindset is going to be to follow orders. But if you think for yourself and then you ask when you don't understand, eventually you'll get the mindset that I have. There's certain things that you can handle, and there's certain things that you can't handle. The difference is knowing what you can handle and what you can't, and if you can't handle it, you need to figure out why. Because what I believe is that most people, I think there are some people that are very, very intelligent. There's other people that are just totally brain dead. But I think the average person, most average people, have very similar abilities. And I think that if you set up your system so the average person can understand it, it's just like manufacturing. When you set up an assembly line, you never give one person a really challenging task. You break it up into pieces so that you can get somebody off the street, and with minimal training, you can see they either do it or they can't. And if they can't do one station, you send them to another. It's the same mindset. So you have to give people the opportunity where they can understand. And if they can't understand, okay, move on to something else. But a lot of times you'd be surprised. People that you think that may not be able to grasp a concept, they can. And once they get that feeling, hey, I can do this, then they're more likely to keep trying. But if you just tell them you're no good and that's it, it's over. I know people believe in the power of positive thinking. I do not believe in that. I do not believe that positive thinking is going to fix your problems. Because if you say, well, I don't have to worry about gravity, I'm going to think positive, and you step off the 10th floor, you're going to go straight to the ground, and that's it. You're going to be a big splat. But on the other hand, if you say, well, I'm afraid of falling, I'm not going to climb the stairs up there in the first place, now you've just sabotaged yourself from the beginning. The trick is understand things as much as you can and be cautious. And if you don't understand something, go back and try to figure it out. And then at least try. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Maybe you can try again. But I think a lot of times people don't do that, and then they end up sabotaging themselves. And the easiest way to fail is to sabotage yourself. That's what I tell everybody.
Yes, absolutely. Hence our very simplistic, maybe some people call our lives of eating very simplistic to primitive. That's their verbiage. It's just easy. You're hungry, eat meat. You want to go shopping? Go to the store, buy meat, take it home, eat it. Eat meat, repeat.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
Life is just so much simpler. My brain is on fire for good things. I don't feel foggy. I don't feel as though I'm missing out on any life because I can't have a piece of cake. That part of my life is shut down. It's no more. I don't feel the need to do it anymore.
Mm-hmm. That's right. And a lot of times people waste their time doing things that are just not even beneficial. That's the other thing that's quite interesting.
And it's so simple. When the light bulb went on for me, I thought, well, how many years have I been yo-yo dieting, buying products because it said the word keto? A couple of videos ago, 2 weekends ago, I had clients come in from California because I think the daughter was very suspicious of me because here I am, a girl in Wisconsin. Mother found me on the internet. Mother's an older person. Mother said, get that girl over to our house and teach me about this diet. I need to talk to her, but she only does coaching face to face. How did this person find me? Was it kismet? Was it God? Was it divine intervention? Was it she was at the right place at the right time? Daughter and her granddaughter, came here. They were downers to the nth degree. They left. I got text messages and calls. They sent me flowers last week. I get choked up because the light bulb moment went on. I did not meet this woman. By their daughter coming here, learning from me, she says, Jerry, you're not a BSer. You're the real thing. I have a tendency to gravitate to people that are the real thing. You, Rick, are the real thing. So when I see you and I hear you talking about things that are beyond the grasp of what I could ever envision studying in school, I don't have a Rick brain. I'm surprised you don't have an agent and you don't have a TV show, Rick. You're that good, in my opinion.
I appreciate that. I don't think people would want me on TV because the problem is I'm a no BS kind of guy. They don't like that.
Right.
They want people that are going to toe the line, buy the narrative, and I don't buy it. I know, basically, I can read people. I know when they're trying to scam me, and it's just, I think a lot of it is, I'll give you an example. Barry Simon has a comment that says, Elon looking to put processors in space. Elon Musk is the king of BS. He says things that are impossible. Yes. For example, if you put a processor in space, there's no atmosphere, which means cooling can only be done by radiation. And that's very difficult to do. On the Earth, you can use the atmosphere for cooling. You can use water for cooling. You don't have anything. So in space, if you're facing the sun, you're burning up. You'd have to be away from the sun to radiate. And you can only radiate so much information. So here's the problem. You need solar panels to power your data center. How are you going to radiate the heat if the sun is beating down? You have to put it behind a panel. It's not even practical. You know what I mean? Now, maybe you could put the processors on the moon. That might work. But then you have to deal with the moon dust, which gets into everything. That's another problem. There's so many technical issues. Really what it comes down to is, why do we need this AI in the first place? Because our systems are overly complicated. This advanced AI, in my opinion, is unnecessary. Using computers for automation is very cheap. It's a proven technology. It's easy to do. There is some loss, and you can use them for solving problems, but why do we need computers to make our entertainment? We can do that ourselves. We've done it for thousands of years, throughout human history. I think a lot of it is a monetary thing. The idea is build a data center so that we can make money. That's it. That's all it is. The need for these data centers is overrated. A lot of the things that they promise are not going to happen. And again, we humans, we can do these things. For example, somebody like me that you think is relatively intelligent, my IQ was around 140 something, the maximum test. But I can't remember everything. But we can use computers to do calculations, to remember things for us. It can help us greatly. But the idea is we're the intelligence, the computer is our assistant. And I think that's the key. Using computers to automate systems, using computers to keep track of data, we can make the entertainment ourselves if we need it. We can make decisions. A good thing for AI right now would be the legal system, politics. We could replace all the politicians, the lawyers, all those people with artificial intelligence right now, get better results, but then they're going to lose a lot of money. All these people that are getting off now that are criminals, they won't be able to get off because everything would apply equally to everybody. So that's not going to happen. But self-driving cars, what's the point? You can do it, but it has to be in a controlled environment. We could take the railroad system and right now make that automated. with no problem. It would be efficient. It would be inexpensive. It would work perfectly. And if you're going to AI something, I mean, it would be a little scary, but you could AI, for example, aircraft a lot easier than you could a vehicle, because a vehicle operates in a three-dimensional space. But an aircraft, I mean, it's a three-dimensional space, but the ways that they fly in are basically two-dimensional. You have different elevations. It would be easy to do it, but they're not going to do that because then it would have to be around the whole world. And what happens if a human being mixes with AI? That's when things really go wrong. But Elon is always making promises he can't keep. He promised, what, self-driving cars by 10 years ago? Didn't happen. He promised people are going to go to Mars. They're not. I can tell you right now, it's not possible to have people living on Mars. He makes a lot of promises, but he makes a lot of money because he gets people excited. They want to invest. They throw their money at him. You get institutions out there going to debt, and they throw their money at Elon. And that's how he got rich. It's BS. That's all it is.
Yes, indeed. And the lobbyists, too, would lose a lot of money.
Of course. Well, they're all lawyers. The thing is,
Of course.
most of the government is lawyers. It's all a game that they play. They don't produce anything of value. They just shuffle things around. I mean, just paper pushers. They, if they were all gone, our lives would actually get better. They wouldn't get worse. You know, if you got rid of all the plumbers, if you got rid of all the garbage men, we'd be in big trouble. But if you eliminated all these politicians, I don't think things would get any worse.
Sure. Sure. Well, right now I'm going to do another commercial for my channel. If you haven't subscribed yet to my channel is in the middle of a forest, not the forest, because I live in one of the forests, one of the many forests. My handle is JSTJerry, Geri. The only thing missing is you. That's my coaching handle. That's what I say to people when I advertise myself.
Mm-hmm.
I only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people that have entered the word code, and I would like to do the drawing at, what do you think, Rick, 11:20? Should we do it?
Yeah.
Should we give him?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's do it at 11:20. That way Rick can close his show, and I won't monopolize your channel anymore.
And your show's coming up, too.
Yeah, mine comes on at 12 noon, so I want to be able to grab a bite to eat real quick before I hop on at noon. And the only thing is you must subscribe to my channel, number one. Right now I have, my current subscribers are 1,789 subscribers. I am a mere 40 hours away from the full monetization according to YouTube. So I'm so close I can taste it.
It's good.
And enter the word code here in Rick's role, no pun intended, in the chat, CODE, to win an Amazon gift card that you can purchase. The Cholesterol Code by Dave Feldman. I saw it. I don't give away any spoilers. Anybody knows Dave Feldman is an engineer. Anybody and everybody knows Rick is an engineer. You will see things that will make you laugh in this movie, will make you cry, give you I'm getting goosebumps right now doing the recall from the movie. It's phenomenal. So either people have already bought the movie, Rick, and aren't putting the word code down, or they don't want to subscribe to my channel. I don't know.
Uh-oh. Dun, 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 dun. Hey, Milton. Oh, you're so cute. Oh, he's Milton. He's sleeping on the floor. Good, Milton. I think Milton would rather sleep next to me than sleep in the bedroom. You're cute. Look at this beautiful animal. Look at that. Look at that gorgeous little thing.
Aw, Milton.
There's my little buddy. Come on, show your face, Milton. There's Milton.
What's on the menu for lunch after your live today, Rick? What are you eating?
I'm going to have heart attack chicken. I had
Yum.
some eggs and pork for breakfast. I'll have heart attack chicken. And I have an iguana in my freezer, so I may have iguana for dinner.
Nice. How do you prepare the iguana? In beef or in tallow or lard?
Well, it's a frozen iguana, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to boil the iguana. So what I'll do is I take a hacksaw and I'll cut the legs and tail off, and then I'll put that into the pot with some water, turn it on, and let it boil. And then once it boils enough, I can take the parts out, and I'll use scissors to cut the skin off and peel off the skin. And then I can continue to boil the iguana, or at that point I could fry it. I'll probably just boil it all the way, add a little salt to it, and have some fresh iguana.
Nice. And do you use butter with it?
I
What's your
can.
fat of choice?
I don't have any butter right now, but I have used butter on it. But most of the time, I will take, after I boiled the iguana, I may take some yogurt and have it with the iguana, or add some lard to it. Or I'll just eat it. Boiled iguana is fine. It's like fish.
Mm-hmm.
I don't eat iguana raw because iguanas usually are loaded with bacteria, and I don't want to take chances with parasites, so we'll just boil it up, make it safe, and it's delicious.
Insofar as any spices is concerned, when you do boil, do you ever just throw in a clove of garlic?
No, I don't use spices on anything.
Nothing. Well,
No,
I know
nothing.
you don't use any salt, correct?
I mean, I might put some salt on an iguana, but generally I don't. Usually what I salt is going to be eggs and chicken. I really don't salt anything else.
Gotcha. I'm still in the process of, my bacon is an hour and 15 minutes away from being dehydrated. I started it last night. And for whatever reason, the power went out. I came to check on it in the basement. May have been just a spark, and I'm like, okay, now I got to rerun it again. Not a big deal. It's still safe. It's cooking. I go through 4 pounds, just myself alone, of bacon dehydrated every week.
That's handy. I know that's the trend now. Dehydrate the bacon.
And the people at work are just beside themselves. They talk amongst themselves saying, I can't believe she doesn't gain any weight after eating all this. They don't get the concept.
I've heard that many times. I had someone recently said, just wait till you get to 50. You'll gain all that weight. I'm like, I'm going to be 58 in a couple of months. What do you mean, wait till I get to 50? It's funny.
Yeah. Yeah, Sandy wrote here, which I would agree with Sandy, that eggs need salt, at least for me. Salt and butter with my hard-boiled eggs. I like it that way.
I cook my eggs in beef tallow. I use a lot of tallow. And yes, I always salt the eggs. It's just one thing that I do. And again, I will salt chicken. Heart attack chicken is better with salt than without it. Duck, I generally don't salt. Muscovy duck, nice taste. Tastes a lot like steak. It's really, really, really good. If you've never had Muscovy duck, you got to try it at least once.
Amy just asked a question here. She said, did I dehydrate shabu shabu? Yes, I did, as a matter of fact, and I sent some to my coach, Michael, my YouTube coach, Michael, and it's the same way, really. You put it in your dehydrator, 175 degrees. Shabu shabu, I did for only 4 hours, though. That was enough heat for me. I refrigerate it, though. I do not, they say it's safe to leave it on the shelf, but I refrigerate it at work. I take it with me to work, the 4 pounds. No one's ever stole from me in the work refrigerator, though, truly. And I take it out. I'll nuke it maybe to warm it at work just to give it that warm taste. Maybe 30 seconds, but it's it's perfect just out of the refrigerator alone.
There you go. So, is it time for your drawing?
It is time for the drawing. I just noticed Brian Dish, and I have to enter him into the drawing. Thank you so much.
All right.
All right.
So we are now
because
closing.
we're doing it the primitive way right now. Everybody else get in. I think that's it. Brian Dish is the last one.
All right.
Okay, let her roll, Jer. The winner is Liz, Black Box. Black
There you
Box
go.
TV, Liz. Now, remember, folks, just because Liz won this first card, I still have more cards to be able to give away all weekend. If I am lucky enough to hop on your live, and of course, the host, like Rick, will allow me to be able to gift one of the cards during the live, I could do the same thing for you too. Right? You guys have more opportunities to win, or you can go ahead and rent it. It costs $1.99 if you rent it low resolution, $3.99 for high res, and to own it, it costs $9.99. But this card is an $11 value, so it's $10 and change after tax and what have you. Now, the only thing I need to do is, Liz, please, if you can send me a text to my phone, which is a Milwaukee area code, 414-507 SLUM, SLUM, 507-7586. Send me a text. I will send you a picture of your Amazon card that you can download to your Amazon, and it's paid for.
What do they do? Do they download it? How can they actually own it? Is it a downloadable file?
Well, what I did was went on with this is what I did with one of my clients, and this is my opinion. I'm not trying to dictate to anybody, but as a coach, I believe it's imperative for my students to own this. Yesterday, before I went to work, I had a coaching meeting with a client. Went with my credit card to their computer, entered my credit card, my payment onto their computer, and downloaded it.
Okay.
At their house.
Yeah.
So she was able to watch it. Now she's having some friends over tonight. She's making a carnivore dinner. This is so funny. It pleases me. It gives me goosebumps. It makes me very happy. She's having a whole bunch of little, as she said, not me, little old ladies over to eat meat tonight and watch this movie. She was that happy. So I just want to be able to bless somebody, give them the number. It's a gift card, really. Give them the number. Liz is going to input the number onto her own Amazon, and she'll buy it. She'll enter to purchase it. She's done. I'd rather own things. That's just how I roll. Everybody has the ability, if they want to be frugal, to be able to rent it, watch it. But what happens if you lose power, for example? Look what happened yesterday in Wisconsin. I could have rented it.
Right. Well, the thing is, if you don't download it, if you leave it on their server, they can delete it whenever they want, and then it's gone.
Right.
So it's like in the old days, we used to pop on the VCR to take a recording of the TV show. I guess some people do that. They rent it and they just use a screen capture, and then they can get it that way.
Ah. Very good. Well, thank you, Rick, for allowing me to be able to gift on your channel this gift. Now, respectfully, Rick, I'm going to tell you, because you allowed me to do this, may I gift you an Amazon card, too? And how do I get you the number? You don't have a cell phone.
True. Well, I mean, I use text messaging through Google.
Okay, now see, how do I text message you through Google? How do I do it through my phone?
My phone number that I use on the channel, the 786-245-5594 phone number. I think you've sent me text on that before.
Oh, okay. Is that how I just called you right now?
Yes.
The same number?
That's a Google number.
Excellent. That is what I will do. Now, can I send you a picture or
Yes.
what's the...
Yes, you can
That's
send me
what
pictures.
I'm going to do.
People send me videos. They send me all kinds of things. I mean, I don't use a cell phone. Number one, because they're too expensive. I don't have the money. But number two, it's just I don't like being tracked everywhere. It's like one of those things. I'm a strange person. I want to be tracked when I want to be tracked. So in other words,
Right.
if I was going to go somewhere, let's say that I'm doing work and I would like Google to track me. Then I'll take a device with me so it can track where I've been, so I know, like I can go back in time, oh, I went here, I went there. But if I'm going to visit friends or I'm going on a personal trip, I don't want to be tracked. So even if I did it when I had a cell phone, I left it at home. I don't even bother, because I don't want to be reachable. Because if I did have cell phone service like I used to, I got calls constantly. Oh, you didn't answer my phone. You're not paying attention. But the thing is, since I have it here at the house, they call me. I wasn't home. It gets into their head. You can't reach Rick whenever you want. You have to reach Rick on his terms. You can call him in business hours. You can, when he's home. When he's not home, he's not there. That's the way I see it.
Sure. I noticed, I just saw Liz had said, oh, good Lord, I already bought it. So you can use this $11 gift card to get something else, Liz.
That's right. And the thing is,
Now,
on my channel, people are always free to share their channels. I don't understand why people get mad when you recommend I don't know what it is. I guess maybe they think it's competition. You're welcome to give away whatever. That I encourage all of it because it's just a way of making more connections.
right. I'm sure you've seen this on people's channels where they say be civil and respectful, and then they say no spamming or self-promotion. I look at it that way just because what you just said, this is a community we have to share amongst each other. If it's something that you don't want to watch, if I'm doing a promotion for not LMNT, Salty by Keto Chow, it's because they send me the product and it's part of what the deal that I have with them. I don't get paid from Salty.
Mm-hmm.
I don't get any money from the Keto Chow company. If you want to do it, great. If I want to buy Keto Chow and make it for my husband as a meal supplement, great.
Mm-hmm.
Don't leave a nasty Graham comment. Just move on.
The thing is, my rule when it comes to promotions is very simple. You are free to promote whatever you want on my channel, but I am free to criticize your product if I don't like it. That's the deal that I make. So it comes down to, I'm always looking for good products. If there's a product out there that is a good value, you bet I'm going to buy it, and you bet I'm going to share it. It's like now I'm telling everybody, go to Presidente Supermarket for 98 cents a dozen eggs. Presidente doesn't pay me anything for it. Of course, probably nobody lives near Presidente, but I tell them. It's like when you find a good deal, you go to the store, hey, Winn-Dixie's got the meat marked down 50%. Winn-Dixie's not paying you to bring people in there. You're telling people because it's like, hey, this is a good deal. Go get it. Or it's like my buddy is like, Rick, somebody threw out a lawnmower. Okay, you run to the trash pile, pick up the lawnmower. It may be a piece of junk. It may be good. But it's up to you to decide. I leave it in the person's hands. You either like it or you don't. I'm just offering you the opportunity. It's up to you if you want to take it.
Certainly. Absolutely. Now, Liz had made a comment here that she already owns the movie, The Cholesterol Code, and then she asked if anybody who wants it in the chat is welcome to it. Should we do another drawing with the rest of the names?
Go for it.
Let's do it. Let's go. The winner is Gary No Slow.
All right.
Gary No Slow, you are the current winner. And I think I read in the chat that he also owns the movie. Gary No Slow, come on down.
There you go.
I wonder if Gary's still on. Well, Liz, that was very gracious of you. We'll wait and hear what Gary has to say, but then Gary has to send me a text to 414-507-7586. That way I can send him a picture of the code, what I'm going to be doing to Rick later. Now, Rick, don't expect it until later after my live and stuff that I'm doing.
Fine.
Okay, Gary, send me a text. 4014-507-7586.
He's got
or this $11 gift card. Thank you very much, Rick, for the opportunity to talk today. I appreciate it.
Well, like I said, it's you and everybody else that makes the live stream. It's not me.
Nice. Nice. Now, Liz just asked me a question. Jerry, is this what happens in a community of carnivores in the know? I would say yes.
Yes, it is. I agree with that.
Absolutely. We have a tendency to see each other all the time in all the chats. So I'm going to hang up now with you, Rick. Thank you again. I have to wolf some food down before my life starts at 12 noon.
Thank you for being here, and thank you, as always, for being a great supporter of this community and being a great part of my live stream.
I appreciate you, Rick. Take care. Hugs and kisses.
Thank you. Same
Bye-bye,
back.
dear. Thank you.
Bye.
And I remembered to turn the switch on, so now I can have sound again. And this was great. I appreciate that. You can always feel free to call in any of my shows. I am going to end the show shortly because we don't want to interfere with anybody else's live stream. And no one else has called me, so hopefully I won't have to work today. And that'll be great. I know with the air conditioner, they were having some kind of get-together at the house, so they probably don't want me shutting it down and cleaning it out, but that's great. So if I am still here, I'm going to be out working on my truck. I cleaned my van, which really was, I feel really good. My windshield's not all dirty. It's cracked. Yeah, it's rusty, but I'm going to feel even better when I can get the materials I need to fix the van the right way. I need to get another welder. Yeah, I need to get paint. I got to spend a bunch of money on this thing, but it'll be nice. I can go out there and it'll be all nicely painted. My truck, when I get it running, I want to paint that too. I'll be glad when I move. I got a nice new 1950s house to live in. Things are going to get better, and you're all going to get to see this, which I hope, unless I have a heart attack. And Thomas, very true. So if I'm here, I will join you, Thomas, on your live show, and I encourage everybody else to check it out. Now, again, we do have a very limited amount of trolls in the carnivore space, but it happens. What are you going to do? There's always going to be somebody in there that's either jealous or upset or whatever, and they come and go. I mean, there's really not much they can do. That's fine. And Sandy says your van looks great, nice and clean. Well, wait until I get all the dents out of it and give it a new paint job. I think it'll be pretty nice. If I could just find a junk van, cut that top piece out of it, and I want to get a van that has chrome bumpers and the chrome grille. I got that cheap painted bumpers that they use on the industrial vans. I hate painted bumpers. I want to have chrome. My truck has chrome bumpers, so the van should also. I think it'll be pretty nice, honestly. And I am looking forward to getting that. I'll eventually fix the transmission. My van is a 98. Yes, it's old. You can laugh at it all you want. It's a junky old van, but it's got a nice Power Stroke diesel. It runs good, does what I need, and that's all I want. I don't want anything fancy. All right, let's see. Thank you. Yes, well, I appreciate that, Thomas. And this is a good point. We can build the bridge, Rick, for the trolls to live under. That is correct. The trolls are welcome on my live stream as long as you don't attack my subscribers, because you got to remember, I'm pretty confident with who I am, but there's a lot of people that are on the internet. They're not really, they can get offended very easily. And that's something that I won't tolerate. If you're going to attack my subscribers, who I consider to be my friends, you will disappear. But you feel free to attack me all you want. It doesn't bother me. I could care less. You can call everybody a loser. That's a general term. Doesn't bother anybody. But if you start attacking people directly, then you get timed out. And you do it a few times, you're gone. Well, anyway, this was a great live stream. I think it was actually one of the better ones. I don't think we had as many people. We still have 39 people watching right now. And we've been for over 4 hours. I usually try to limit it before 5 hours. That's fantastic. And Lamb says, great live at 8, Rick. See you all, quackers. Yes, I appreciate that. And look forward during the week. Now, everyone have a great day. Eat meat. Yes. Eat meat and repeat, as said. And as Mitch always says, take the rest of the day off and eat meat. Well, it looks like I might be able to take the day off from regular work, but I never take the day off secretly. I am always doing something. This is the longest you'll see me sitting down in one place in a normal day. Usually, I would have been in and out of this room 100 times, but I'm sitting here with the air conditioner on 76, enjoying company with my friends, and I really appreciate it. I appreciate having this opportunity, an opportunity that I never would have had in the past. If I would have been back in the 50s, which is when I want to be here, I would not have this opportunity. So there are some good things about technology. And yes, I have another. I will send you Barry. So we have a lot of AI goodness that's going on here, which is quite funny. And I appreciate that. So let's go ahead and try and wrap this up. And I do believe, I think the music should work. Hard to say. Let's see here. Where is that? That should be the one. Why is it not working? Okay, it works. There we are. Okay. Let's see what we got. All right. Well, thank you, Lady June. I appreciate that. Another great live. All right. I guess we've managed to reach the end of the comments. That's pretty good. Yes, it is. Okay. We'll turn that down a little bit. All right. Comments. I think there we are. Okay. Comments are back. Great music. I'm glad you like it. You'll find some pretty strange stuff in my live stream, but I did pick the best I could find out of the YouTube. Have a great Sunday Sabbath, Rick. Well, I'm going to have a great day, hopefully tomorrow. Take the day off. Enjoy my day. That's really important. And enjoy the weekend, Rick and everyone. Thank you. Smoothie 420. I really appreciate that as well. And again, whatever you have left to do today, try to do it to the best of your ability. Try not to stress yourself out, because stressing yourself out is never really worth it. Have great fun working on your truck. Get her done. Absolutely. As long as that phone doesn't ring and I don't have to work, I'll be out there working on the truck. I may even post a little video of it. And as soon as I find the kittens, whenever that is, as Sandy was saying, it may take 4 weeks. When she brings the kittens to me, I will show you the cute little kittens, and we can all experience the cat fun together. Get her done. Yes, I will. So anyway, enjoy. I'm going to cook my lunch. I got some heart attack chicken coming. I can feel the chest pains already. Oh, this is the big one. And I'm going to break out my music, and I'm going to listen to that while I cook away. If it wasn't for copyright crap, you could listen with me, but hey, what can we do? So thank you so much for being here. Thank you, Jerry, for adding the contest to my stream. And thank you again. And I will see you next week. I don't think I'm scheduled on any lives next week. But tonight, don't forget, there is that I know of, Mitch Saturday Night Live. But keep an eye on Mitch's channel. Sometimes he puts a little something in there when you least expect it. So watch that. And also check out the other lives I mentioned. And I'll see you then.